never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. 5 U.S. service members were killed Friday evening after their aircraft suffered a mishap and crashed into the eastern Mediterranean Sea, the Pentagon revealed on Sunday. The mishap took place during a routine air refueling mission as part of military training, and all on board the aircraft were killed, U.S. European Command said in a brief statement. An earlier release from EUCOM stressed that the aircraft crash was purely related to training and there was no indications of hostile activity. The aircraft has been identified as a Black Hawk helicopter carrying 5 Special Ops forces. Any further details on the military service it belonged to or the exact location or timing of the accident are not available at this time. China's president is coming to the U.S. this week to meet up with Joe Biden in the city by the Bay.
President Biden scheduled to meet with the president of China here in the United States this week. The city chosen for the meeting, San Francisco, where California Governor Democrat Gavin Newsom admits city workers are very busy moving homeless folks off the streets, so the Chinese delegation does not see them or their tents. Drug addicts who shoot up around the clock are also being relocated. I'm Laura Winters.
Kindergarten vaccine exemptions have reached an historic high.
Data from the CDC, which assesses immunization programs covering measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, polio, and chickenpox shots, reveals a decrease in the number of children receiving these vaccinations compared to the period before the pandemic. This school year, vaccination coverage stands at 93%, a decline from the previous 95%. The report indicates that a total of 3% of kindergartners had an exemption, with 2.8% of those being non-medical. I'm John Schaefer.
No Powerball jackpot winner on Saturday night. The jackpot now climbs to roughly $235 million for Monday night's drawing. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is facing accusations that he personally rejected proposals to enhance teen mental health on Facebook and Instagram, including shutting down a suggestion to disable Instagram's beauty filters, according to newly unsealed documents. Critics argue that these face-altering filters contribute to unrealistic body image expectations and harm teens' mental health. The lawsuit also alleges that Meta, under Zuckerberg's direction, exploited the psychology of adolescents' brains and set goals to increase user time spent on Instagram. Tensions are escalating in the war between Israel and Hamas. 2024 Republican presidential candidate and former U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, on Fox News Sunday, saying the U.S. needs to continue supporting Israel.
Us having the backs of Israel is hugely important. Us having the back of Ukraine is important because you've got an unholy alliance of China, Russia, and Iran all trying to intimidate us and intimidate our friends. Don't fall for it. The one thing that all of them fear is when we have an alliance that's strong and that we stand by.
Election offices in various states across the country have discovered envelopes containing suspicious powdery substances. Investigations are underway in Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, and Georgia, as all these envelopes were received this week. In Spokane, Washington, authorities confirmed traces of fentanyl in an envelope received by the county elections office through an initial test. Meanwhile, Tacoma police reported that the substance in their letter tested positive for baking soda. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looks like it's that time once again. According to the calendar, we're going to work our way into the 13th day of November. That would be a Monday. Yep, we've come full circle. Another weekend in the books. Actually counting down the days to Thanksgiving. The holidays rapidly approaching. First things first, though, trust you had a wonderful weekend. Thanks for taking the time out to join us as we kick off a new week. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Beautiful, clear night outside the secret bunker. 38 degrees here in Southwest Ohio. And just when you thought summer-like temperatures were over, I didn't think we were going to see another significant warm-up like we're going to see this week. And we're talking much warmer than usual temperatures all the way up into the northern tier of the country. Areas that went from winter weather last week with accumulating snows are going to feel more like early fall. First things first, as we look at the southern reaches of the country, it's been a rainy weekend in much of Texas. Rains continue tonight, especially in the southern half of the state. South central and southeastern Texas, areas from Corpus Christi to Houston, you've seen a lot of rain. I'm kind of surprised I'm not really seeing any of the flood advisories that I would expect with the rain that we've seen all weekend, but at least at this point in time, we are not seeing such advisories. What we do see, though, is a shift in the weather pattern from millions in the heartland from the central to the east coast this week. How about a big jump in temperatures? Yeah, the trade-off will be an enhanced risk for brush fires because it's going to be a rather prolonged dry stretch, according to AccuWeather. It's going to be great for those looking to do some outdoor work ahead of the colder months, which we know they're coming. It'll also be accompanied with rounds of dry winds, which will complicate efforts to fight some of the ongoing brush fires and threaten to ignite more with the autumn's dry, fallen leaves. But the first part of the country to experience the warming trend is going to be the middle portions of the USA, from the plains to the Midwest. Big dome of high pressure is expected to set up shop across a large swath of the central U.S. this week. And that brings with it above average warmth and dry conditions. Warmer weather beginning to make its presence felt. Temperatures in places like Fargo, North Dakota, Omaha, Nebraska increased 5 to 10 degrees from Saturday into Sunday. Yeah, typically highs mid-November would be in the 40s. You reached the 60s for most by yesterday, and we're going to see more of that here for a Monday. That's more typical of late September versus November. Similar conditions begin to arrive in Chicago as well as Milwaukee. The warmth will persist and eventually hit a peak this week with maybe some record highs being in jeopardy. Sioux Falls, South Dakota, you'll approach the record high of 71 degrees by Tuesday of this week. Mercury forecast to reach into the mid-60s by late week. Temperatures warm up even more, upper 60s to near 70. Some of our normally cold areas near the Canadian border, you'll not be spared as the icebox of the nation, typically. International Falls, Minnesota, flirts with 50 degrees about midweek this week, well above the historical averages. Hasn't been this mild there since maybe the second to last week of October. Since then, you've seen more than 5 inches of snow, actually. So like I said, you're transitioning from a winter pattern back to a much more comfortable fall-like pattern. The Northeast, you'll flip from a chilly start to the week to finish things off very warm. The transition takes a little bit longer to reach that region, but it will ultimately arrive. Yeah, that same area of high pressure warms up the Midwest. Temperatures begin to jump in the east later this week as it all moves toward the coast. Places like Cleveland, Pittsburgh, you'll see temperatures rising to or above 60 degrees for multiple days, probably starting midweek Wednesday. A day later, similar temperatures arrive in the big cities along the I-95 corridor, from Virginia to Maine. Baltimore, New York City, Hartford, Connecticut. It's not out of the question. We could see some approaching 70-degree mark as far north as Charleston, West Virginia, and Philadelphia by later this week. That's a good 15 degrees above where you would normally be this time of year. Now, it won't just be warm. It's going to be dry. While wildfires are typically associated with the western portions of the country, Midwesterners and Easterners also have to be concerned about the risks, especially this time of year. There are a handful of fires burning Yeah, as we speak, Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, and the persistent dry weather and the breezy conditions, fires can easily ignite and spread quickly, especially with those freshly fallen leaves. Now, after multiple days of no rain and very low humidity, which will also accompany the warm temperatures, those leaves and other brush are going to dry out very quickly. Another important ingredient is the winds, which will kick up at times as multiple areas of low pressure and cold fronts venture from Canada into New England. That creates what they call a pressure gradient with strong area of high pressure bringing the milder weather. The fire threat will be particularly notable today, Monday in the northern plains, Tuesday and Wednesday, the upper Midwest, Thursday through Friday, the Great Lakes and the Northeast, all with an increased fire risk. As of Sunday morning, I mentioned there are multiple large wildfires burning across the higher grounds in the Southeast and the Mid-Atlantic, having already scorched thousands of acres. This pattern could act as a bit of a hindrance to firefighters battling those places in the east as a result of the low relative humidity and occasional gusty winds. The fire threat could become somewhat erratic, as they put it. Meanwhile, signs of change on the horizon out west as well, as the wet season is not far off and rapidly approaching. Forecasters are also closely monitoring a brewing storm in the Gulf of Alaska that could usher in a multi-day stretch of rain and mountain snow across California later on this week. We've been highlighting that for several days. As wintertime approaches, though, the start of meteorological winter, just 4 weeks away, and according to the latest models from AccuWeather, it could be a doozy for some parts of the country as El Nino heats up and reshapes the weather over much of North America. This El Nino actually developed back in early June, and it's continued to flex its muscles, setting the stage for the first winter with an El Nino since the winter of 2018 into 2019. Maybe we'll have to remind you, what does an El Nino winter mean? In the update issued by NOAA late last week, the agency said that a strong El Nino is now present in the Pacific Ocean, continues to show signs of strengthening. From NOAA, there's a greater than 55% chance of at least a strong El Nino persisting through January to March of next year. There's a 35% chance of this becoming historically strong. The rise of El Nino is a big reversal from what have been the past 3 winters when its colder counterpart, La Nina, reigned supreme. This flip will have some pretty significant impacts on the weather across North America through this winter season, some of which are already beginning to be felt. So we'll break that down for you as we roll into a Monday. Who checks in out of the box? Philly Dan. Yes, it's that time once again. Hope you had a good weekend there, Philly Dan. But here we go. What's going on, Larry? Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. It's back in the saddle after a 34-hour restart. A little chilly, 33 degrees here at the New York-New Jersey state line tonight. John on board. Hello, Steve and Stevettes. Godspeed to you, your listeners. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. Hello, Dipsy Driver. Good morning, Steve. And the most informed ladies and gentlemen, 42 cloudy here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. Sleeping is one of my favorite things. It's the reason I wake up every morning. Hey, a special shout out to Miss Millie, who I consider the guardian angel of the Overnight Drive family. Everybody have a great week. Be safe out there. Brian on board. What do we got? Good morning, Overnight Drive crew from Butler, Indiana. Camping out till the morning, then I'll empty out. Daniel on board Augusta, Wisconsin tonight. Hello to Buckeye Boy, not in his normal region of the country, checking in from Palm Springs, California tonight, where it's 67 degrees. I decided to go ahead and take the day off instead of burning up only 2.5 hours of drive time to get near my delivery for tomorrow. Then it's up to Walnut Creek, California for my delivery Tuesday, and I'll have to take a day off on my way back to Georgia once again. Should get a chance maybe to spend some time with the niece and her family in the upcoming day. Looking forward to that. Bengals, they really let me down. But the Buckeyes rolled over the weekend. Yes, indeed they did. Speaking of which, college football weekend, any big upsets? NFL this past day, it was Texas downing the Bengals by a field goal, 30-27, the final score, but so it's one step forward, two steps back for those Bengals. Hello, Rubber Duck, home watching Joel Osteen. Always seems to hit the nail on the head with what we have going on in life. One dog on the floor, one on the bed, and my angel, love of my life, sitting right here with me. All right, good to have you on board, Rubber Duck. Get to some of our other listening friends here. Lots to cover as we get the new week started. As always, our number around the country, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Indeed, as we fire things up on a Monday. What's going on with Brain Dead? Happy Monday to you, Steve. It's my Friday Eve. Hope you had a good weekend. I did cross off a few things on my to-do list. Yeah, in the time from when I got home till bedtime, and I'm ready for a few days off here. Sent you an email what happened Saturday night here with the FedEx trailer. That happened just a couple of miles from their sort center. Word around here is it was more than likely an inside job. If you've seen the video, if you haven't, let me know. And I have not seen the video yet. I'm not sure, unless you maybe just sent it to me. I'll check my email there. But nonetheless, I'll try to call in later. Oh, and before I forget, Dingbat is working tonight. Needs to get back to work. Yeah, copy the mail, 5-7. I guess wife has a doctor's appointment in the morning. So I'm keeping a Detroit auto employee work day this month. Copy the mail. Okay, and Peppy, 37 degrees, Harrison, Ohio, on this greatest day of the week. Saddle up. Let's get this week started. All you nocturnal listeners, time to tune in on the frequency waves coming out of the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle secret bunker. Deep beneath the crust of the earth, rumors of a strong solar storm, or CME, that could have negative effects on our planet's satellites, internet, cell, GPS connections. Just saying. Hammer down, stay safe, be prepared. Are you with me? I do know that, I guess that would have been Saturday night into Sunday morning, the Northern Lights, or the Aurora Borealis, supposedly seen well into as far south as like Kentucky. Okay, so I'll pull up space weather and see what we have coming our way as we get the new week started. I think things have calmed down a bit tonight as we get the new week started. But what do you say, Captain Ron? How was your Veterans Day weekend?
Happy greatest day of the week.
Yes,
How about
sir.
that? Monday the 13th. Maybe there's something to that. You think? So I went out and did a little bit of my restaurant tour. Friday I hit one Denny's right after work. And then, I don't know, a couple hours later when I got towards the house, I stopped at another Denny's. And then that evening, one of the local bar taverns was giving away free wings. So I got me an order of free chicken wings for the evening.
Yeah.
That was Friday. And then, I don't know, it didn't have time to spend all day waiting in those long lines to sit down and eat. It would have been the whole day. Wouldn't have gotten nothing done. But you get those free meals and then a $4 drink and then the tip. That free meal's $10.
At least.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, so after a while, it just ain't worth it. But I did get Sonny's barbecue Saturday night for day 2, but the biggest was the savings at Publix that I got. We had almost $64 off of our grocery bill with the buy one get ones and the turkey. They had turkey for 69 cents a pound.
Wow.
If you can believe that. I thought it was really cheap. According to the receipt, we saved $44 for that turkey alone. And then I got my, 10% off the groceries. But yeah, we saved $64 on our grocery bill.
Good deal.
So that was a good deal. And I got $10 off for my oil change. So it was a pretty good weekend, I'd say.
So as far as
didn't get any of the Christmas decorations done.
No, me either. So as far as the restaurants, I mean, I guess were there a lot of, I guess there were a lot of veterans taking advantage of the specials. So you said there were long lines everywhere?
Oh yeah, everybody was trying to get in for the free meal, and they make the majority of them. They want you all to dine in.
Yeah.
So then you got to buy a drink and tip the waitress and wait in those long lines. I don't know why they just don't make it to go and just be done with it myself.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's so you can come in and tip the waitress and all that, but it's all the restaurants filled up with just veterans getting their free meal. I mean, it's, I don't know. I wish they would have had some dine-in. There were some restaurants that would give away a voucher for a free meal that you could use within the next 2 or 3 months or whatever. But I didn't hit those. I was busy. Got things to do.
Yep.
But it was a good weekend, all in all. But anyway, I didn't get to the restaurants that I wanted to get to Saturday. I just couldn't spend all that time.
Yeah.
I had good intentions, but like always, sometimes they go to the wayside.
Well, all things considered, though, I guess you get your Denny's had their grand slam, right?
Yeah, I had 2 of them in a row, and then if I would have went Saturday, that would have been more eggs and pancakes, and I don't know, I wasn't feeling it too much. Those long lines kind of killed it.
Right.
Friday, and then I didn't want to. It's okay to do it when the wife's working, because then, she's at work anyway, and then all I was going to do is sleep when it's on a weekday. But when it's a weekend, I've got some things I needed to do. Get the oil changed and that kind of thing.
Righto.
Anyway, that's about all I got for the night. It's 59 degrees and misty here around Gainesville, Florida, rolling north. But that's about all I got for the
Well, I
night.
appreciate the update.
Thank you for taking my call.
And as always, we appreciate you reminding us that it is the greatest day of the week. There you go, Monday. Speaking of which, it is 844-844-3388. Throughout the week, last week, there was a lot of speculation. The rumor mill was abuzz. The investigation into Michigan's football punishment might be coming down. Indeed, Friday, that punishment did come down, sending some shock waves through the college football world. And we'll give you the latest all coming up.
USA News Update. Anticipated holiday spending is poised to reach unprecedented heights this year.
According to the National Retail Federation, holiday sales in November and December are projected to reach around $960 billion or more. The NRF attributes this to the fact that most Americans' household finances remain in good shape, resulting in expected growth rate of 3 to 4% over 2022. This holiday spending forecast aligns with the pre-COVID pandemic average annual increase of 3.6%. I'm John Schaefer.
For Veterans Day, restaurants and businesses across the U.S. recognize the sacrifice of veterans and active duty military personnel with free meals, deals, and discounts. One freebie is coming up on Monday, where Golden Corral is hosting Military Appreciation Night. All Golden Corral locations will give active military and veterans a free Military Appreciation Night dinner, buffet, and a beverage on Monday starting at 5 p.m. until closing. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Do that. It's a Monday. Everybody's favorite day of the week. Around the college football, NCAA Top 25. Yeah, most, as expected, took care of business over the weekend. Of course, we started with Thursday night football last week, which was Louisville over Virginia. Alabama roll tide, smoking Kentucky 49-21. You know, one of the biggest stories of the weekend. Harbaugh suspended for the final 3 games of the regular season. Now, questions were, would that disrupt things behind the scenes? Ultimately, no, because it was a big matchup. Michigan versus Penn State this Saturday. And Michigan took care of business, 24-15, the final score. But, yeah, the Big Ten Conference suspending Jim Harbaugh Friday. They said in a news release the university's been found in violation of the Big Ten sportsmanship policy for conducting an impermissible in-person scouting operation over multiple years, they say, resulting in an unfair competitive advantage that compromised the integrity of the competition. Of course, as they were headed into the weekend at 9-0, they continued their win streak. They'll obviously remain at number 2, tied with Ohio State for the Big Ten East Division. Harbaugh was not allowed in the stadium on Saturday. He will not be allowed to participate at Maryland coming up on the 18th or at the big game, the game as it's called, the home game against Ohio State on November the 25th. And yes, they call that the game. Like all members of the Big Ten Conference, we're entitled to a fair, deliberate, thoughtful process to determine the full set of facts before a judgment is rendered, according to the university, which they posted on X over the weekend and reported by the Detroit News. They said today's action by the commissioner disregards the conference's own handbook, violates basic tenets of due process, and sets an untenable precedent of assessing penalties before an investigation's been completed. we are dismayed at the commissioner's rush to judgment when there's an ongoing NCAA investigation, one of which we're fully cooperated. Now, you go back 1994, the NCAA banned off-campus, in-person scouting of future opponents during the same season. Connor Stallions, a former staff member of the football program, has been accused of attending and sending associates to games of upcoming Michigan opponents and film the sidelines to decode their play-calling signals. Unlike the NFL, where coaches can communicate with selected players through their helmets, college football teams actually use sideline signals to direct their players. So I didn't realize that. Okay, so anyway, by taking this action at this hour, the commissioner is personally inserting himself onto the sidelines and altering the level playing field that he's claiming to actually preserve, says the university. And doing so on Veterans Day, a court holiday, to try and thwart the university from seeking immediate judicial relief, is hardly a profile in an impartiality. So I kind of wonder, what does that mean? Sounds like they very well may, I guess today, seek a court order to prevent this, I guess, suspension from continuing for the final 2 regular season games. Interesting developments. We'll see where that goes. But then there was another big update. Who was it that was, I think it was it Senior Heatwave talking about Texas A&M on our Friday morning program. Texas A&M football's head coach Jumbo Fisher abruptly relieved of duties on Sunday. Now, what does that mean? One thing for certain, that means it's going to cost the university a boatload of money. Unbelievable. We'll explain coming up. What do you say? Happy greatest day of the week.
There you go, Your Honor. Yeah, that's what Captain Ron says. Greatest day of the week. So I guess we're back at it. Some of us, anyways. Other ones there that can't handle starting on Monday morning. There, like Gilligan has to have another day off there before he can get his week started. So whatever. But anyways, so now it sounds like there was some real goings on in college football. So I heard something about in the NFL there that, what's his name there from the Patriots? Yeah, I was thinking of it.
Belichick,
yeah. I heard that this is going to be his last season now. They're supposed to part ways at the end of the season, even though he had the 1-year extension on his contract.
Yep, that's what I'm hearing.
So anyways, yeah, that's the news I heard there. And I heard his Patriots didn't do too well over there in Germany, so I guess people that were watching that early Sunday morning there, they got a lot of chance to get out and do some yard work and enjoy the day on Sunday, because most of them, I guess, left there around halftime from what I'm understanding.
Wow.
So anyways, well, we had a pretty good weekend there this weekend. Saturday did a car show, a Veterans Day car show with it, and had it all dressed up with some flags and everything, and so we did that, and then kind of cut out of there early because the grandson had a hockey game, so we went and traveled down to his hockey game and watched him play a little bit and supported their team, and so had a pretty good day on Saturday. And then the week before, I was going to actually try to have the fire truck out to pump some water, and that didn't get developed, so we got the fire truck fired back up again yesterday morning and took it over to the local water supply source for the fire department, which we've been granted access to, and pulled some hose off and sucked some water out of the pond and got some big nozzles out and small nozzles out, and ran the truck for a couple hours there spraying water, and had a bunch of people stop alongside the road, stop and watch, and so had a good day. Grandson
good
got
time
to play with that, and a couple of our neighbors there, they came over, so we had half dozen kids running around spraying water in the 40-degree temperature, and really wasn't as bad as you think though, because the sun was out there, so it was actually staying pretty warm there. Actually working, putting all the hose connections together and everything. I was actually doing it all in T-shirts, so
wow.
I was kind of pleased about that. That because just doing all that work, trying to get all the hose and stuff together is always a pain, is a hindrance there. When you more layers of clothes you have on, the harder it is to do everything, and you can just I actually, the people actually stopped and got out and looked and were talking to us, and that we're kind of surprised and see me doing it like that, and and then I say, yeah, normally when you're on a fire ground there, you're actually, especially when you get into the colder temperatures, when you need to have the warmer clothes on, you wear a coat, and I throw them one of the turnout coats that I have in the truck that, I don't know, the thing's got to weigh close to 15 pounds, almost 20 pounds, just the coat itself. I say, you have one of these on, you got a set of pants on that weighs just as much as that. I hand them a helmet that weighs somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 to 12 pounds. I said, you put one of them on, then you strap on one of them air packs that I got inside the jump seat there. You strap one of them on, and here's your axe, and here's the hose full of water, and oh, don't forget your flashlight.
Yep.
And, I'll hand you a couple more 3 tools, and all right, now you can take that full hose of water and go chase into a burning building. And they're like, what? I'm like, well, that's what volunteers do, and it's so. It's until you get to put the clothes on and do the job, it's you don't really comprehend what the whole deal is. But no, the truck run real good all weekend. I am still tickled pleased with what Lead Diesel did for me. I tell you, if everybody ever needs any diesel work done that's in this area, and I guess from what Q-Ball has told me, they actually have 3 locations. So he said there's one up in Wisconsin, and we got the one here just south of Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and I'm not sure exactly where the third one is. I have to look it up. But if anybody ever needed some work done and want a recommendation from me or Q-Ball there, just give us a call. But I so wish that I'd spent the $1,000 that I gave those people when they worked on that truck. I wish I'd done it a year ago.
Wow.
Because it's just all the difference in the world of how this truck runs. So having the engine, timed and tuned and everything, and just it just makes all the difference in the world how it runs. So anyways, but other than that, now that's about all we got accomplished this weekend, because I don't know, we didn't have time to do anything else. A couple things to fix on the Peterbilt here. So anyways, but anyways, how we have the one caller there that likes to talk about the wages and that. Now, I'm riding up the road here tonight while I got you on hold, and I get passed by a truck, one of our local companies here that they run regional, so they want their drivers out Monday to Friday, weekends off and that, and it says right on the door 55 cents a mile. And I'm like, it doesn't seem like a whole lot these days, and what we got this day of age of inflation and everything. So I stick it in the calculator there real quick, and 55 cents a mile at 3,000 miles a week, which I don't hear a whole lot of people talking about getting 3,000 miles a week. And I don't know, I don't even keep track of what I do, just because I get paid a different way. But the that adds up to a grand total of $1,650 gross, Your Honor. So what do you do? You take like a quarter or a third of that away. So if you say it's a quarter, well, 4 times 4 is 16. So just say $400. So that leaves you about $1,250 to come home with. That's not a whole lot of money for the week, Your Honor.
That's
especially
correct.
When you spend all 5 days out on the road having to pay, truck stop or convenience store prices for your food, because you can only take so much with you when you're going to be on the road for a week in a company truck, unless they do actually have a refrigerator or something in the truck, or you try to drag along one of those cooler pack type things. But I don't know. So yeah, I'd be hard pressed to be thinking about trying to get out and get be able to get out here and get on the, going to do an over-the-road type thing. So, anyways.
Definitely not going to get rich in short order doing that.
No, absolutely not. So I was just kind of surprised, if that was me trying to, that trailer would be sitting in the yard, Your Honor. I wouldn't agree to 55 cents a mile. So I don't know. There's somebody apparently did, but anyways, I just thought I'd toss that out because I know we have this discussion there quite frequently here throughout the times on the show. So, but Sundance Kid there. That's what I was trying to remember when I was doing that. Working on trying to exit the road when other people are trying to enter the road, and we all have to use the same lanes, and nobody wants to give up. And typical day.
Yeah, haven't got an update on whether he ever was able to get in there and get that gold.
Yeah, what?
Get the gold. Remember, he knew where the.
He was
the payload, the mother load.
The update from the Sundance Kid, the mother load. Yeah, where was he mining for gold? Did he ever say where that was?
I think
he probably didn't want anybody to jump his claim.
No, it says he was very, very, very secretive about that. And remember, he's now Huckleberry.
Yeah. So, but other than that, I don't know. We got us a nice clear night. The weather looks like it's going to be good. I don't know. We're actually going to have to get out and try to do some stuff this week. I think we're going to have to get some yard cleanup done, get some leaves picked up, get the Halloween decorations down. I don't know if we're decorating for Thanksgiving. Supposed to have company for Thanksgiving this year, so I don't know how that's going to work. But so I don't know if we're decorating for Thanksgiving or if we're just going to wait for the company to get there and let them help decorate for Christmas. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know. We'll see how it all goes.
Well, whatever the case is going to be, it's going to be here before you know it. I mean, not this week, but the following. Thanksgiving's almost here. All right, it is 844-3388. What else in the mix? What is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, the other big story in college football. Jumbo Fisher. Now, what does that mean? After 6 up-and-down campaigns at College Station, Texas, Fisher released this past day. According to the school athletic director, Ross Bjork, after a very careful analysis of the components related to Texas A&M football, I recommended to President Mark Welsh and then Chancellor John Sharp that a change in the leadership of the program was necessary in order for Aggie football to reach our full potential. And they accepted my decision. Now, he went on to say, we appreciate Coach Fisher's time here at Texas A&M. We wish him the best in his future endeavors. And while losing one's job in this economic climate, never a good thing, well, Fisher will probably be immune to the ravages of said economy, according to ESPN. That's because the school's decision to fire Fisher will end up costing them over $76 million due to the guaranteed money tied up in his contract. Now, that's nearly 3 times larger than the next biggest known buyout figure, which belongs to the University of Auburn. When they released Gus Malzahn in 2020, that was to the tune of $21.7 million. Per ESPN, Fisher will start seeing the fruits of that contract pretty quickly. A&M will owe him $19.2 million within 60 days, after which effectively pay him a $7.2 million annual salary through 2031. I mean, he could literally collect next generational wealth by sitting on his couch doing nothing but eating Skittles and ding-dongs. And there's no real out, apparently. As ESPN notes, there is no offset or mitigation on those payments. And the annual payments start 120 days after termination. The school appears to be on the hook, line, and sinker for the remainder of the mammoth 10-year, $95 million pack that A&M signed with him in 2021. Yet Texas A&M being on the hook for over $76 million in dead money, according to reports, will not deter them from going after a big-name coaching candidate. One unnamed source tells ESPN they're going to go big. It's unimaginable, the dollars and cents involved in college sports. That's off the rails. Well, let's tune in and see what's going on with Daryl. Happy Monday. How we doing?
Fine, Steve. How is the family and how's Stryker?
Family doing well. Stryker, I got to see Stryker over the weekend. He's getting big.
I imagine. Has he earned any stripes yet? Has he gone from sergeant to lieutenant?
I'm not sure about that. All I know is he's got a lot of growing yet to do. His paws are massive. He's going to be a big boy.
I imagine your son's having a good time with him. I've seen a lot of demonstrations over here in Fairfield where they bring in a truck or a car with something in the hubcap and then watch Stryker or one of the K9 units go around and find it. And then I've seen them put that big arm band on and saw him go out and clench his arm. I wouldn't want to volunteer for that job.
Right?
I understand. Did you say you did something of that nature?
No, I tried on the bite suit, but Stephen, he's volunteered on a number of occasions, and he even got his dog bro. Their bite is so strong it broke through the bite suit and broke his skin.
I was at a house the other day, and a bulldog came out the door, and he was standing on steps looking at me, and he decided to go back in the house and nip me on the shin. That thing hurt for 2 or 3 days. You've been talking about the sports thing. I grew up in Northeast Arkansas, and the Arkansas coaches used to stop by some of the small colleges when it was time for the state playoffs. And the refs noticed some of the players had mustaches and goatees. and they made them start getting a birth certificate to play in the state finals of football and basketball games of Arkansas because of that. And then in the small towns, whenever you would find a player that was going to be a pro, you went down and offered that family a job at the local sawmill or the local lumber yard. And they would come to your town then and play 4 years, and when he graduated, Dad lost his job. These sports people have been doing stuff for a long, long time that causes you to scratch your head.
Can you imagine sitting back? I guess he's got like 8 years left on his contract. I mean, he's going to get $20 million up front here, and then he'll be making $7 million a year just to sitting at home doing nothing. Hey, great to hear from you, Daryl. Thanks for checking in here on a Monday. We got to get to our news break here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is facing accusations that he personally rejected proposals to enhance teen mental health on Facebook and Instagram, including shutting down a suggestion to disable Instagram's beauty filters, according to newly unsealed documents. Critics argue that these face-altering filters contribute to unrealistic body image expectations and harm teens' mental health. The lawsuit also alleges that Meta, under Zuckerberg's direction, exploited the psychology of adolescent brains and set goals to increase user time spent on Instagram. Closing arguments are set to begin Wednesday in the 14th Amendment disqualification trial against Donald Trump in Colorado, following the conclusion of witness testimony earlier this month. In a related development, the Minnesota Supreme Court rejected an attempt to block Trump from the state's GOP primary ballot, but left open the possibility of future challenges if he secures the nomination. The 14th Amendment, barring officials who engaged in insurrection from holding office, lacks clear enforcement mechanisms, making these challenges, seen as long shots by many experts, relatively rare. Acapulco is trying to clean up in the wake of Hurricane Otis, but it's turning out to be a monumental task.
In Mexico, a trash crisis in Acapulco in the aftermath of Hurricane Otis. Massive piles of garbage more than 2 weeks after the storm. Recovery efforts underway, but the smell of garbage permeating the air. 10,000 Mexican National Guard troops deployed to the area to help in the cleanup. More than $3 billion will be spent to build new hotels. I'm Laura Winters.
No one matched all 6 numbers to win the Powerball jackpot on Saturday night, and no tickets matched all 5 numbers except for the Powerball, which would have been worth a $1 million payout. The jackpot now climbs to roughly $235 million for Monday night's drawing. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A recent Gallup poll says 69% of people polled believe abortion should be legal in the first 3 months of pregnancy. In that same poll, 66% of Americans believe abortion should not be legal under any circumstances. This as Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, House Minority Leader, tells MSNBC there should be no restrictions on abortion.
Abortion care should be a choice between a woman and her doctor, period, full stop. Not these extreme politicians who are trying to jam their ideology into this incredibly important, sensitive health care decision.
California is taking a stand against fake news by teaching classes about it in public schools.
Sacramento is taking a stand against misinformation with a new California law set to go into effect next year. The Democrat-backed legislation requires all K-12 students in schools to receive education in media literacy skills. The curriculum will focus on developing critical thinking when assessing online stories and recognizing potential falsehoods. These lessons will be seamlessly incorporated into existing classes throughout the school year. I'm John Schaefer.
If you're looking to save some money on your holiday food bill, Walmart and Aldi are reducing prices on Thanksgiving foods this year. Walmart's CEO stated they're working to offset inflation by lowering prices on various food items, building on previous investments. Aldi is also cutting prices on over 70 holiday food products, and both retailers plan to maintain these lower prices until the end of the year. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? Round number 2. Here we go. Hello to Jeffrey, New York City. On board this Monday. Hey, Steve, glad it's Monday and you're live. Yes, we are live. Hope you had a good weekend there. Talking about some of the Veterans Day deals out there. Cap and Ron really didn't get to take advantage like he typically would. Like he did last year. He did the grand tour last year. Rubber Duck says, I never claimed a free meal because I was in the Army. Let's see. Are there actually any sit-down restaurants in truck stops anymore? They're getting fewer and fewer. It's all the fast food varieties. Yeah, Rubber Duck said, there's a few in Michigan at the independent truck stops on 94 and 92 and 115. I got a barbecue joint there as well. All right, Dingbat in the house. Well, I guess Brain Dead got some jokes about me being at work tonight, huh? I'll be sure to tell FedEx, a.k.a. Santa, not to give him his gift on Christmas. But I'm here chasing pilots and planes around tonight. Hope everything's going well. I know my Gators lost again. Hope everybody's having a great night. And how many days till Christmas? Not many. All right, changes on the West Coast. Let's take a look for the upcoming week, as the wet season is not far off on the horizon. Forecasters closely monitoring a brewing storm in the Gulf of Alaska that could bring in a multi-day stretch of rain and mountain snow across California later this week. It looks increasingly likely that the powerful storm that dumped heavy snow on Anchorage this past week will be coming slowly southward into early this week. By the way, that if you missed it, that storm in Anchorage, deadly, 4 fatalities, 2 consecutive days of 9+ inches of snow falling in Anchorage. Some areas saw nearly 30 inches of snow with that massive storm last week. But headed into this new week, the corridor of wet weather begins to expand southward. Impacts expected to spread into California as early as Tuesday. Now, during the early week, impacts on the West Coast relatively low, but that brewing storm off the coast will be in no hurry to press inland. The storm track is trending further west and offshore. That's going to kind of delay its arrival of any significant rain over California until probably later in the week. Best chance for rain on Tuesday would be northwestern California, with the storm's warm front brushing the coastal areas. Then some rain may be moving toward the central California coast later Tuesday night or Wednesday. Now, headed toward midweek, forecasters closely monitoring the potential for the storm to slow down and nearly stall just off the west coast for a time, which could prolong the onshore push of Pacific moisture along the coast. It would limit the potential for heavy rain and mountain snow further inland, though. So things all kind of coming together. Downtown Los Angeles has only picked up 5/100ths of an inch of rain since August the 22nd. Now, that represents the heart of the dry season, of course, but it's still only about 6% of what they would typically see. They may make up for a lot of that here this upcoming week. Ski resorts in the Sierra Nevada anxiously awaiting the first major snow of the season, and that also appears to be possible later this week as that storm slowly shifts inland. According to the U.S. Forest Service snow depth map, only a few inches of snow is on the ground at the higher elevations of the Sierra. With the path of the storm off the coast for much of the week, the Sierra could actually stay mainly dry if the storm did track a bit further enough to the south when it finally comes inland. They may not actually get not a whole lot of snow at all. There's still a chance for some snow maybe Thursday or Friday of the upcoming week. All right, with the wet season approaching, of course, that really begins to cut down on the concern of wildfires in the western portions of the country. What's been happening, Hillbilly?
Good morning, Steve. How we been?
Staying busy, hanging with them.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back used to night shift. On the farm all week last week, so I was getting up at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, so doing the midnight oil again now, doing my Coca-Cola run.
So did you get everything taken care of on the farm there? Everything tidied up?
Don't got it all done, but we got 300 or 400 acres of beans harvested over this past week. Had some good weather. We still got about 100 acres of beans left and a little over 200 acres of corn. Should be done next week, week and a half. So, got a lot done.
Yeah.
But like I told my uncle, if I could make what I'm making farming, driving a truck, I'd quit driving a truck. But hey, it's hard life farming. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah.
What happened up there in Michigan? I just caught part of that story.
Well, it's been kind of a brewing scandal, accusations for several weeks that, I guess Harbaugh had someone out there, as they say, scouting upcoming opponents. And I guess trying to decipher their play calls, stealing the signs for the play calls, giving them an unfair advantage.
I got you. Didn't sound like the commissioner forgot the due process that you're innocent until proven guilty.
That's kind of what they're alluding to. At least the university's trying to say that there is an NCAA investigation ongoing. But that hasn't concluded yet. I don't know if the commissioner maybe, had tidbits of info that hasn't been made public yet. And obviously Harbaugh's going to be, I guess, heading to court trying to get an injunction to allow him to continue the rest of the season here.
I got you. So what's been going on over there in Israel with the Palestinians? They did doing a land... overdid the land war yet over there?
Oh yeah, I mean that's the fighting. The fighting has been fierce over the past week plus. They're going into some of these tunnels. The accusations of Hamas using the hospitals and as the hospitals as human shields. These underground operations, and so things are pretty darn ugly over there.
I knew it was going to be. Not heat wave, but horse feathers talking about that truck he passed from doing 55 cents. Where I work at, I'm making 68, and come July be my 10th year, and I'll move up to either 69 or 70 cents a mile, which I think is pretty darn good in my book, but I don't know what the average pay is anymore.
Yeah.
I'm happy for what I do. You know what I'm saying? Home every night making that kind of money, so it's hard to beat. Well, Steve, I just want to check in and say hi, let everybody know I'm back on the road again.
All right. Well, glad you checked in here on a Monday. Don't be a stranger. Safe travels out there. Back behind the wheel in the big truck. 844-844-3388. Turkey time just around the corner, right? And we had talked in recent weeks how last year the turkey prices average price was like $1.76 a pound. Now, obviously, you found deals at some of the retailers where they would maybe even take a loss on selling the bird because they want you to buy all the other Thanksgiving for the rest of your spread at their particular location. And it was the bird flu the numbers were much higher than I thought. It was more like 20 million. Apparently, it's like 58 million birds, poultry, had to be culled last year. And that's what the prices were so exorbitant. But the bird flu kind of rearing its ugly head again. Iowa is the one, the focal point right now, where they announced an additional 1.2 million chickens will be slaughtered to prevent the spread of the bird flu after it was confirmed on an Iowa egg farm. The second massive case in just the past week's time. According to the Iowa Department of Agriculture, the latest infection at a farm in Taylor County was discovered Friday. The governor immediately declared there a disaster there to make sure the state has the resources to respond quickly. This is just the latest one in an outbreak that started early last year, recall, that prompted officials to kill a total of nearly 63 million birds. Now, earlier last week, 1 million chickens were killed at a Minnesota egg farm as well. But the vast majority of cases, nearly 58 million birds culled, was last year. Anytime a case of bird flu is found, the entire flock is killed to keep the highly contagious virus from spreading to another farm. Department of Agriculture said they've been finding fewer wild birds carrying the virus this year, which might suggest some of the ducks and geese may be developing immunity. Farmers have also been working hard to keep the virus off their farms, and the government's been trying to respond quickly any time bird flu is indeed found. Iowa remains the hardest hit state right now, with more than 17 million birds killed there since the outbreak began. Of course, Iowa is the nation's leading egg producer. Egg farms tend to have the most birds. In one case last year, 5 million chickens were slaughtered on a single Iowa egg farm. Nebraska comes in with more than 6.7 million birds killed, followed by Colorado with 6.26 million, and Minnesota at 5.6. Most of the recent cases this fall have been in Minnesota, South Dakota, and Iowa, along of the major migratory path that the ducks and the geese follow as they fly south for the winter. That's the virus is spread by the droppings of the wild birds that can be tracked onto the farms. And there's been an unexpected uptick in cases since the fall migration got underway. Poultry and egg farmers try to keep the virus from reaching their farms, requiring workers to shower and change clothes before they enter the barns. The trucks have to be sanitized before they enter the farm, and separate sets of tools are kept for each barn. Now, these losses last year, that was one of the big contributing factor for the high egg and poultry prices, which have obviously dropped significantly since last year. If this trend, though, continues, we could see the turnaround once again. But there you go. It is 844-844-3388. On a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I heard the reports, the sad news. 5 U.S. service members killed when a military aircraft crashed over the eastern Mediterranean. It was a training mission. According to U.S. European Command this past day, the crash occurred Friday evening, according to EUCOM. All 5 members were killed when it went down. They describe it as a routine air refueling mission that was part of their training. They initially first announced the crash on Saturday, saying the cause was under investigation, no indications of any hostile activity involved. They did say Sunday search and rescue efforts began immediately, including nearby U.S. military aircraft and ships. They said out of respect for the families of the service members and in line with the Department of Defense policy, the identities were being withheld until, obviously, notification of next of kin. Not immediately clear what service the aircraft belonged to. Of course, the Air Force has sent additional squadrons to the region with the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier, which has an array of aircraft on board. They've also been operating in the eastern Mediterranean. Late word was it was a Black Hawk helicopter that had gone down. Knucklebuster, how was your weekend?
Oh, it was a fantastic weekend. I'll get into it here in just a minute there. Well, I have it on good authority that the Missouri Tigers were singing "Wish I Was on Old Rocky Top" 36-7, Steve. That was embarrassing for them Volunteers there, right?
That indeed it was. Yes, Missouri trounced them.
Yep, and absolutely. And they need to find Lane Kiffin too. He embarrassed himself over there in Georgia, 52-17. Hell, it was 14-21 at the half, if I'm not mistaken there. So Lane needs to get his head out of his butt too there. I read where that golf influencer Paige Spiranac, that they're picking on her, over her cheeky golf photo. She said, I thought it was quite tame, Steve. So I think Hank Williams Jr. mind your own business to him, but I don't want to embarrass Hank Williams Jr. So was Horse talking about what he does every day?
As far as what, the fire truck thing, or?
Yeah, how many miles he ran and all that stuff. I mean, I don't hear too well, so. Well, I do a Vegas turnaround. That's 3,200 miles a week there. I average about 72 miles an hour for the week. Takes me 4 days, 2 to go out and just a little over 2 to go back. So, it's, I weigh 15,000 pounds going out, so I don't back up no hills, but I back up some big ones out there coming back because I got 45 grand in the box there. Well, let me tell you about my dinner date I had with Tennessee Friday night.
Right.
Yeah. She, our anniversary is back in July, and her boss had bought her a dinner at this high-end restaurant, see, for our anniversary. It took us till November this past weekend to get reservations in this place.
Wow.
He gave her a $200 gift card. Our bill was $188, see. And we gave the rest for tip and pitched in $40 more on the tip. But I'm going to tell you something. That was the best salmon I've ever eaten. She had lobster and, surf and turf, lobster and steak. And then this was the biggest piece of, pie that I've ever had. It was a pecan pie with, another pie on top of it, the cream cheese pie or something like that. Yeah, I think so. But it was all I could do to eat that thing, man. Tennessee said she was going to help me, but she lied because she took 2 bites of that and said, I'm full. So, but that was an excellent meal, the best service I've ever had at a restaurant. And, you just couldn't ask for a better dinner day, especially with Tennessee at it there. So, but that's how my weekend went. And then the rest of the time, I wasn't hungry at all. See, I just went without food and done what Tennessee wanted, done what one of my daughters wanted. She was putting up Christmas lights over Tennessee, and I was glad for the warm weather. But it's 45 degrees over here on the Arkansas-Oklahoma line now, so I'm wondering where all that warm weather went.
It should be coming back in the next couple of days there. You're going to warm up again this week.
Oh, well, that's good. I like the sound of that. I like that warm weather with them senoritas right around scantily clad. You reckon old Paige would come up beside my truck and let me see her latest golf outfit?
I don't believe that would be the case. That's wishful thinking on your part there, Knucklebuster. I noticed we didn't hear from you on our Friday morning program because the boss, the better half, said you had to go to bed at her bedtime? Do what? All right, 29 past the hour.
USA News Update. Anticipated holiday spending is poised to reach unprecedented heights this year.
According to the National Retail Federation, holiday sales in November and December are projected to reach around $960 billion or more. The NRF attributes this to the fact that most Americans' household finances remain in good shape, resulting in expected growth rate of 3 to 4% over 2022. This holiday spending forecast aligns with the pre-COVID pandemic average annual increase of 3.6%. I'm John Schaefer.
For Veterans Day, restaurants and businesses across the U.S. recognize the sacrifice of veterans and active duty military personnel with free meals, deals, and discounts. One freebie is coming up on Monday, where Golden Corral is hosting Military Appreciation Night. All Golden Corral locations will give active military and veterans a free Military Appreciation Night dinner, buffet, and a beverage on Monday starting at 5 p.m. until closing. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Of course, being a Monday, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I'll get some of the industry headlines coming up here, latest developments. I know this week, the UAW, the strike that had been ongoing at Mack Trucks, the ratification vote will be taking place, I believe, 15th and 16th. By the end of the week, we'll know. Here the second time around. It's pretty much the same contract that the rank and file had voted on previously, and 73% voted against. Nothing really changed. Not much really changed with the renewed contract. We'll see how things go here with round number 2. Meanwhile, what was the word there? Thursday night, Tennessee said it's Betty by, would you have a curfew of 10 p.m. or something?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she goes to bed early. She don't play around. She has to work in the daytime there, right? So she makes sure that she's in the bed on time every night. So, let me tell you something. I saw some Bud Light, them aluminum bottles. They were trying to sell them for $1 a piece in that convenience store, see? And they still couldn't get nobody to buy them damn things.
Really?
I think that'd be pretty cheap for some Bud Lights there, right?
Yeah, well, it's probably getting close to expiring, I'd imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, on that Michigan thing, even Tom Brady chimed in on it. He said he didn't think they were guilty of it, but he didn't think they was guilty of Inflategate, and Didn't the Patriots have some sign stealing controversy back in the day?
Yeah, right. I mean, realistically, someone rightfully questioned last week. I mean, don't all the teams pretty much? Doesn't everybody feel like they can get an upper hand if they can know some of the call signals? Does everybody do it, or?
Yeah. Well, I think everybody does it. A guy used to coach down there. Well, he was the defensive coach down there at Mississippi State. He didn't care who stole his signs, So I don't know. Well, I went and was trying to put everything up this weekend there, so I went and bought me some real gas for $5 a gallon, and then I made damn sure I put Say Bill in there so to keep it good. So, anyway, Tennessee was not impressed with $5 a gallon there for real gasoline to put in them lawnmowers and stuff. So, but anyway, I'd tell this other story, but I don't think I can tell it on the air. My daddy always told me that my big mouth was going to keep me in trouble, and it got me in trouble with Tennessee's boss. He's a Marine himself, and I sent him a text message on Thursday, which was the Marine Corps' 248th birthday. But guess what, Steve? It didn't just go to him. It went to everybody in the company.
Uh-oh.
And then, yeah, well, Tennessee showed me it went to everybody in the company. The entire worldwide company, that story I shared with him. So I had to eat some cold, tell everybody I was sorry, I didn't know. But anyway, talking about dropping panties and, enough of all that. So I'll tell you later.
Wow.
Have a good morning, Mr. Steve.
Yeah.
That's all my bull on it for this go around.
There's that little icon on the email. Reply to all. I've done that once or twice, years gone by. You sent that email to everybody in the company. Whoops. Sorry, guys. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Let's delve into a couple of our industry headlines here. First of all, North Dakota's governor petitioning the federal government to reconsider new restrictions on hours of service waivers that cut the time limits in half. The new rule allows a 30-day hours of service waiver for emergencies declared by the president, but now limits state-declared hours of service waivers to just 14 days. The new rule also limits which FMCSA regulations are automatically exempt when the state issues a waiver. The FMCSA finalized the new rule back in October after raising the proposed limit. They were talking 5 days. They did bump it up to 14. They wanted to go from a previous 30 just to 5 days. Now, North Dakota's governor said this rule change will severely impact operations in North Dakota during emergencies and have a direct impact on all the citizens of our state. This is not about letting truck drivers work longer hours in December so they can deliver enough toys to stores to make sure all the kids get Christmas presents. In North Dakota, the ability to waive hours of service quickly during an emergency without having to slog through a sea of bureaucratic red tape can literally mean the difference between life and death or the loss of someone's livelihood. Now, we appreciate that the FMCSA abandoned their 5-day proposal, but the 14-day period is still too short. We urge the FMCSA to restore the 30-day authority. North Dakota's governor has issued hours of service waivers or waiver extensions 28 times since taking office in 2016. 19 of those waivers were for 30 days or more. As an agricultural state, these executive orders are carefully considered and determined necessary to combat whether it's significant winter storms, drought, staff shortages in the CDL industry that last longer than the 14-day anticipated change. North Dakota heavily depends on CDL drivers, and it's a rural state, so it's critical that we are able to move products and get resources where they are needed the most. On to Houston, Texas. A little more on the story of the truck driver involved in the police chase there. Appeared in court for the first time. The chase occurred not this weekend, but the previous. A chase that ultimately stretched 160 miles across the span of the Houston area. Several crashes occurring as a result of the police chase. Now, no serious injuries reported, thank goodness. But according to the local ABC affiliate, 51-year-old Christopher Lebowski is being held on a $150,000 bond in Montgomery County. Charges of methamphetamine and evading law enforcement. He was working for a trucking company out of Michigan at the time of the police chase. Lebowski's boss are reportedly no longer with the company by Monday. Much of the chase was captured on dash cam as the truck was wobbling all over the road, at one point driving the wrong way on US 59. Speeding. At one point, investigators say the rig was likely wobbling because he was wiggling the steering wheel. Once he was ultimately stopped, police found 16 grams of methamphetamine and what they call a urine kit, which they believed was being used so he could pass drug tests. That was found inside the cab of the truck as well. Meanwhile, while we're in Houston momentarily, city officials in Houston, Texas, considering banning big rigs from smaller city streets in order to reduce crashes. Last week's Houston City Transportation Committee considered the new citywide truck route plan that would restrict the movement of large trucks in many parts of the city, according to KHOU. The new plan would affect trucks with more than 3 axles or weighing more than 26,000 pounds and would create 3 categories roadways, which would be like through truck routes, local truck routes, and no through truck streets. Truckers caught on an improper route could be cited. The city would make exceptions for trucks making deliveries as well as school buses, they say. The Houston City Council is slated to vote on whether to move forward with this plan later on this month. Houston city officials are tentatively planning a spring of 2024 pilot program in the Settegas neighborhood. If the measure's approved, they say they'll work with GPS providers to make sure that the truck route information is in those particular systems. The citywide truck route plan is being considered as part of a larger traffic safety initiative entitled Vision Zero, which aims to end traffic fatalities and deaths by the year 2030. I know, any fatalities are too many fatalities, but the reality is humans make errors. Vehicles break down. Tires blow out. Things that cannot be predetermined. It's a lofty goal of 0 fatalities. I know over the years, man, sometimes you hear these FMCSA administrators always hawking the idea of 0 fatalities. It's a grand idea, but it's never going to be reality. Whether humans are behind the wheel or artificial intelligence takes over, autonomous vehicles. Our number, 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Very interesting out of the state of Georgia. Of course, a state where former President Trump facing felony charges. There's trouble in Fulton County, Georgia, as 2 high-powered criminal defense attorneys have suddenly filed a motion to withdraw from a 2020 election case. Criminal defense attorneys Donald Samuel and Amanda Clark Palmer have motioned to withdraw themselves from what is known as the Favorito versus Juan case. According to the motion, Rasmussen speculated the lawyers reportedly motioning to withdraw may have something to do with the missing mail ballots. These 150,000 still secret 2020 unfolded mail ballots with the perfect ovals protected by the court for 3 years may have gone missing. And the county's lawyers have just quit, according to Rasmussen. It's not clear why the lawyers are withdrawing from the case. Becker News reached out to the law firm Garland, Samuel, and Loeb for comment. Human Events, however, had earlier reported on the 147,000 mail-in ballots controversy. Had you caught this story? Fulton County poll manager Susie Voiles was sorting through a large stack of mail-in ballots last November when she noticed something odd. Several ballots marked for Joe Biden were extremely similar. One after another, the votes contain perfectly filled ovals for Biden. What's more, each of the bubbles boasted an identical white void inside them in the shape of a tiny crescent, indicating they had been marked with toner ink rather than a pencil or a pen. Voiles also noticed that all the ballots were printed on different paper than the others she had counted, and none were folded or creased, which would be standard for mail-in ballots. I mean, they come from envelopes, right? All of them were strangely pristine, she says, noting she'd never seen anything like it in her 20 years monitoring elections in Fulton County. All but 3 of the 110 ballots in that stack, which had been labeled State Farm Arena, were marked for Biden and appeared to be identical ballots. Now, after she came forward, she was fired as a poll manager by the Fulton County Department of Elections. I got the boot for speaking the truth, she said. There were at least 3 other poll workers that observed the same thing. These election watchdogs have used their sworn affidavits to help convince a state judge to unseal all of the 147,000 mail-in ballots in Fulton and allow for a closer inspection. They argue that potentially tens of thousands may have been manufactured in a race that Biden won by just 12,000 votes. An election integrity organization has reported that original images of the ballots for the November 2020 election have not been available from 74 counties in the state of Georgia. Voter GA, a nonprofit organization dedicated to ensuring election integrity, has obtained certification from 56 counties via open records requests that the state's voting machine system automatically generated either the majority or all of the images used for result tabulation. Obviously, voter images are essential for election records and must be preserved for a period of 22 months in the federal government and 24 months in the state government per the respective statutes. Now, we have what is almost surely major absentee ballot fraud in Fulton County involving 10, 20, probably 1,000 false ballots, according to the lead petitioner in the case and a certified poll watcher. We've confirmed that there are 5 pallets of shrink-wrapped ballots in a county warehouse, he says. Also, there are massive chain of custody issues in Georgia related to ballot images. 74 of our counties have not been able to produce original images of ballots from the November 2020 election. Okay, so at least 28 counties admit having no original images at all, and 22 of those counties only had recount images that some claimed are the same as originals. The Associated Press did not deny the substance of the reports in a fact check, but merely rejected the narrative that the missing ballot images proved any sort of voter fraud. Well, they may not prove voter fraud, but they do prove an election where voters have ample cause to be concerned about or trust the outcoming results. Georgia voters and the American people need to be able to trust that election officials are doing their due diligence to secure elections and provide all the voters with transparency, which that has been slow in forthcoming when it comes to the 2020 election. Getting to the bottom of what happened in Georgia during the election would be a very significant start. But the whole idea, how do you come up with stacks of unfolded, never folded mail-in ballots? Last I checked, you have to fold those ballots to stuff them in the envelope. It's just, and they wonder, people wonder why there's concerns of the electorate about the integrity of the election system in this country. There's a lot to be desired there. Right, coming up as we roll toward news break, we'll get back to your calls. What's on your mind at 844-844-3388. I don't know if Pappy's out there tonight. He might could chime in on some of this discussion about there's a sheriff in California who said he is literally fed up with the restrictions on law enforcement trying to cut down on retail theft. And he actually called out Target in particular, Target stores on social media. Sacramento County Sheriff Jim Cooper expressed his frustration late last week after meeting with the company's regional head of security there. He said, recently we tried to help Target. Our property crimes detectives and sergeant were contacted numerous times by Target to help them with shoplifters, mostly who were known transients. We coordinated with them and we set up an operation with the detectives at our North Pop team. He goes on to explain that Target would not let them contact suspects while they were inside the store or handcuff any suspect inside the store. We'll get to the rest of the story, as I say, coming up in our next hour, but you can't make this stuff up. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. The possibility of another U.S. government shutdown looms.
Congress is required to pass funding legislation by November 17th, but newly elected House Speaker Mike Johnson has not yet outlined his strategy for a short-term spending plan to prevent a shutdown. The situation poses a significant challenge for Johnson, given that his predecessor, Kevin McCarthy, was ousted by conservatives for depending on Democratic votes to pass a funding bill in September. Meanwhile, in the Senate, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has initiated steps to enable his chamber to proceed with its own short-term spending bill. I'm John Schaefer.
President Biden is scheduled to hold a meeting with Chinese leader Xi Jinping in San Francisco on Wednesday. This encounter is set to take place on the sidelines of a CEO summit, during which Xi is anticipated to address prominent American business executives. Xi will be speaking to business leaders during a period of heightened tension in U.S.-China relations. Additionally, China's increasingly stringent restrictions on Western companies impacting their business operations have led these firms to reassess their investments in China. An Austin police officer was killed and another wounded early Saturday morning responding to a hostage situation. The officer went to a house to free people being held, and the suspect opened fire. The suspect was shot and killed at the scene. Interim Police Chief Robin Henderson told reporters,
I'd also like to highlight the incredible bravery displayed by our officers day in and day out. I could not be more proud of their heroic actions.
2 hostages were found dead, a third escaped, and another injured officer is expected to be okay. No one matched all 6 numbers to win the Powerball jackpot Saturday night, and no tickets matched all 5 numbers except for the Powerball, which would have been $1 million payout. New jackpot for Monday night, $235 million. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Tensions are escalating in the war between Israel and Hamas. 2024 Republican presidential candidate and former U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, on Fox News Sunday, saying the U.S. needs to continue supporting Israel.
Us having the backs of Israel is hugely important. Us having the back of Ukraine is important because you've got an unholy alliance of China, Russia, and Iran all trying to intimidate us and intimidate our friends. Don't fall for it. The one thing that all of them fear is when we have an alliance that's strong and that we stand by.
The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry claims that more than 11,000 people have been killed in the fighting. In the civil fraud trial against Donald Trump, his sons, and the Trump Organization, Donald Trump Jr. is set to be the first defense witness on Monday. Last week, the New York Attorney General's office concluded its case, and despite a denied motion to limit certain expert witnesses, the Trump team is permitted to call all its witnesses. However, Judge Arthur Engoron will restrict expert testimony to relevant topics aligned with his prior ruling that found the Trumps and their company liable for persistent and repeated fraud. Researchers say they've located a so-called kill switch that can trigger the death of cancer cells. Scientists at UC Davis Comprehensive Cancer Center in Sacramento are reportedly studying a protein in what's called the CD95 receptor. These protein receptors reside on cell membranes. When activated, they release a signal that causes the cells to self-destruct, which could literally program cancer cells to die. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Time zone to time zone, working our way into a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. As we turn the page, 13th day of November. Monday. Let me get back to the rest of the story. The sheriff there in California actually calling Target locations out on social media. Trying to help to cut down on the retail theft, which has become rampant all over the country. Yeah, we left off where he said Target would not let them contact suspects inside the store or handcuff any suspect inside the store. He said if police arrested anyone, Target told them to process them outside and behind the store. We were told they didn't want to create a scene in the store and have people film it and put it on social media. They didn't want any negative press. Unbelievable, he says. I gave an example of a retail theft that police actually watched at a Target store. Our deputies watched a lady on camera bring in her own shopping bags, go down the body wash aisle, grab a bunch of Native body washes. She then proceeded to customer service to return the items, obviously without a receipt, right? Target chose to do nothing and simply let it happen, yet somehow locking up deodorant and raising prices on everyday items we all need to survive, that's their best answer? He also criticized Walgreens and the California Retail Association in a separate social media post, and the latter responded to his accusations. I've known the sheriff for years. He knows how to find me. I'm not going into public policy discussions via X. He should get on the phone and move the agenda forward, according to the California Retail Association president and CEO. Now, she said, we helped secure almost $300 million in state funding to fight retail theft. Millions for Sacramento we negotiated. He wasn't in the room, I was. But we all know retail theft is it's an increasing problem all over the country, and some stores respond by locking up more and more behind plexiglass. Of course, all the retail stores are reporting huge losses that are hitting their bottom line and leading to lower stock prices. Cooper said, we don't tell big retail how to do their jobs, but they shouldn't tell us how to do our job, says the sheriff. Separately, we'll take you from the West Coast to the East Coast. Massive crime, theft, and shrink issues have forced a Washington, D.C. CVS pharmacy to replace shelves of toilet paper with simply framed photos of the items to individually request before heading to the checkout line. Toilet paper, photos of the framed store shelf items shared via Instagram by the Washingtonian, being ridiculed as the reality of living under the Democrat leadership there of Mayor Muriel Bowser. Red state residents don't have these Democrat world problems, according to one poster. We don't have these problems in Florida, according to Harlan Hill, sincerely, a former D.C. resident. But the framed photos of the toilet paper reportedly needed to protect the item from being stolen by the homeless who would come into the store to take and walk out the door without paying. It's not just the homeless who are lawless under massive inflation, crime issues throughout the U.S. under Joe Biden. D.C. robberies are up 68% this year. Now, D.C.'s Mayor Bowser, who had defund the police, painted on Washington, D.C. in the renamed Black Lives Matter Plaza. has been forced to increase funding in the 23 budget for the Metro Police Department. Metro PD already has reported more than 3,000 robberies this year, up from 1,700 plus in the same time last year. But we see other Democrat-controlled cities, the same problems, crime. In those once BLM riot-ravaged locales, New York City, a 64% increase in retail theft in the past 4 years. Los Angeles, a 61% surge in the same time. Our number, 844-844-3388. Well, Scarecrow checks in on a Monday. What's happening?
Shame, Steve. Shame on you for suggesting our electoral system could be flawed.
Yes.
Man, after literally hundreds of years of the voting process, the system is so streamlined, and there isn't room for compromise. No, we're I almost sound like a conspiracy here on your part, Steve. Well, you'll have to answer to it down the road. Well, Steve, we're coming off a weekend of the good, the bad, and the ugly. Wah, wah, wah. But there is one prying matter that we certainly have to answer during this program. And now that Knucklebuster is back on the airwaves, you recall Friday, I don't remember how it came up or who brought it up, the question of the T-shirts, Tennessee, and the modeling of said T-shirts. You can fill in the edges there and the details. You can pry the answer out of Knucklebuster when he calls back in later. Of course, he probably has Paige penned in for being the new up-and-coming overnight drive spokesperson, spokesgirl / model there. The good side of the weekend. And I know I'm going to have to probably interrupt this like I usually do about now, Steve, but we'll keep her going. The good side, and actually that goes back a solid week. Our kids, they had been in Iceland for a week and a half hiking and touring, and they got out just in time before all the earthquakes started putting the kibosh to any kind of travel and such. I haven't seen any news reports the last few days, but no, I think all airlining traffic came to a halt for a while.
I mean, there was
anyway.
the concern was, is that where they were talking? Concerned about a possible major volcanic eruption or something? Was that?
Yeah, I believe so. I think they're. Oh man, they'd have to. I can't even speculate when the last major eruption was, but I think they are right on between the earthquake fault line and however volcanic activities, however that is scoped out and scaled and mapped and such way. Yes, I believe they were almost anticipating something, but that's I'm not aware of any eruption that's taken place at this point. But so either way, yeah, they got out in fine fashion and such, and I guess it sounds like it's quite the place to visit. They were there in the non-tourist time of the year, which is probably best if you don't care for crowds and whatnot. They sound like Iceland is about the top rated destination for traveling and tourism these days. So I guess if you like ice and rock. Let's see, more good news. My bride, she got herself a new ride, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. In fact, it's the first new car that's been around the crow's nest since, I think 1982 Grand Prix was the last new car we got. That new pickup I got this past summer, that was the first new truck we've had since '77. So times have come around pretty sweet there for the moment anyway. the not so good, the bad part. On the way home from the dealership, we stopped in the local watering hole / sports bar for a sandwich, and well, there naturally the Badgers were on, and if you've seen any scores, I don't have to go any farther with that. Every single time I looked up at the screen, Northwestern had the ball, so but we weren't there to watch football anyway. And then the ugly. Steve, I sent you a picture. Did you happen to get it?
Yeah, and I wasn't really understanding the correlation between it and Christmas.
That is a couple sections of scaffolding.
Yeah.
And in our neighborhood, scaffolding equals putting up Christmas lights. I found years back for our scenario, it's a lot easier to climb up scaffolding and work in a 8 to 10 foot section rather than chiseling down the ladder and moving it 3 feet and climbing back up and down and up and down. And
okay.
So that's kind of the good part. The ugly part, we're talking Christmas lights. Do I need to say more? How in the world a string of Christmas lights can be working perfect when you take them down,
and they don't work when you pull them back out, right? That's every year. Half the lights in the box, you gotta head somewhere and buy new lights.
Oh, but it's not a complete burnout, Steve. These lights are in sections. They're wired in sections. Seem like our strings are about 3 or 4. It'd be like about 4 foot stretches. Several of these all wired together in a string. Well, darn well there's going to be a couple that are burnt, a couple of these sections that are burnt out, and they're not going to be adjacent or on the end of a string. They're going to be in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't really cheat and kind of bunch them together and overlap. My thoughts are that I think, but you had one of our callers. He's holed up in Augusta, Wisconsin right now. Now, he ain't but about an hour from the crow's nest there. If he wants to experience a little frustration and anxiety and such, he could just catch a highway, U.S. Highway 53 down at Osseo there instead of going 94. And he can swing by the crow's nest, and he can have a little experience of futility and all the way. But regardless, anyway, back to the car purchase there, Steve. She got herself a new Chevy Equinox, 2024. She traded in a 2015. Now, the Equinox has not had a good reputation since day one, really. And I've never really dwelled on what the issue was because hers is a 2015. We never had any issues or problems with her such. Well, we got to the dealership, and it just happened to be the owner of. He has 5 different dealerships, and but believe it or not, too, we're in Iowa now. That's where we bought the pickup, and now we're at a Iowa dealership to buy a car. Here we're Wisconsin residents, and makes no sense, but that's the buying world today. So either way, the owner coincidentally happened to be there, and it may have health matters that he happens to be the next door neighbor to my bride's half sister and her brother-in-law. So, and Steve, I'm going to have to follow with the rest of the story towards the end of the program here. They're going to be waving at me shortly here, so we'll catch up with you after.
All right, business to tend to, priorities on a Monday. All right, yeah, I did pull up the latest from just a few hours ago from, I believe that was the London Independent, but citing a volcanic eruption they believe is all but imminent, that could destroy the Icelandic town of Grandavik. or lead to extensive ash clouds. The country's been rocked by more than 2,000 smaller earthquakes over the past few days, prompting fears that the volcano is about to blow. Thousands have been told to evacuate. While a magma tunnel stretches below the surface, if an eruption occurs in or close to the town, the consequences will be devastating. According to a volcanologist, he told the state broadcasting RUV, this is very bad news. One of the most serious scenarios is if an eruption in the town itself, similar to an event that occurred 50 years ago in a different town, but this would be much worse. One local resident said they're fearful of what may happen if an eruption occurs. The scenario on the table now is it will happen in or just north of the town of Grandavik, and there's no good option. If a volcanic eruption does not happen in Grandavik, the town, one could occur out at sea, according to experts. They're praying the worst-case scenario does not happen. Now, they did say the situation in Grandavik continues to become even more grave as the town has already suffered considerable damage from the earthquakes and from the shifts in the ground as the magma thrusts itself upward. He said a 9.3-mile magma tunnel could turn into a fissure vent eruption as the chamber beneath the area is twice as large as in previous eruptions over the past few years. There is a chance the eruption could occur under the ocean, resulting in an explosive eruption and extensive ash clouds. Scientists have warned they may not be able to give any further warning of when the magma reaches the surface, making it very dangerous to go in there. Now let's head on down to the Sunshine State, where inquiring minds want to know. I neglected to ask the question late last week. I was supposed to ask it Thursday morning, and then somebody reminded me on Friday morning. There was the report last week that there are some guests at Disney resorts that are unable to, control their bowels while they wait in line for hours to ride some of the rides. Are you familiar with such a story?
I'm familiar with such a story, Steve, but I can't comment on it. There was a book that was written by some folks that had worked for us that had brought that issue out, and I can't comment about it, buddy.
Okay, all right.
Sorry. No, I can't comment about it. But I got some news about Iceland, though. You were just talking about it. I started keeping track on it last night when I heard about it. There is a magma chamber that runs probably, I'm guessing maybe 10 to 20 miles up there that runs from the mountains down into the ocean and goes right through the center of the Grindavik, that town you were talking about.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of the volcanologists that have talked about it, that they think that will go out into the ocean outside of it. And if it does that, it'll steam out, possibly can make more land by the amount of stuff that's going to come out of it. They don't know. It's a pretty bad situation. I checked this morning, and it was, I think about 2 hours ago, they had a 3.5 earthquake right around in there, really close to the coast. And they've been having like between 20 and 50 earthquakes within probably a 10 to 15 hour period. So there's a lot going on with the earth. She's mad over there, and it's got to come out somewhere. They've got a power plant that's sitting right on a they call it the Blue Lagoon. It's like a lake, and they're really concerned about that because one of the scenarios that they're thinking about that might go and hit that power plant in that lake, and if it destroys, it's going to destroy all that. But the town is evacuated right now. They evacuated the town. They moved everybody out. They let a little bit of folks that lived on the southeast side of it come in and get some of their stuff out of their houses, and that was it. Everybody else, they've evacuated that town right now. It's all empty. And by the way, Steve, you know how many launches SpaceX has had in the last 5 days?
How many?
About 4.
Wow.
and then you think about this, that big Starship, are you going to be around? You're going to be around next Friday. Well, the 17th. They're saying that's the day, but something that coincides with the 17th that I just heard on your program that kind of concerns me. The 17th is when they're dealing with the government shutdown, isn't it?
That is the deadline. Yes, sir.
Now, ain't that kind of funny how that date coincides with the date that their earliest attempt to launch the Starship is? That's kind of crazy now, don't you think? Just like 420 was when they launched the last one. So let's just see if it comes to fruition. I mean, it's sitting up there all full stack. They've actually got the flight termination system installed now. They put that in last week. So she's just got to fuel her up and let her go. Let's just see if they can do it. And we're getting a little windy down here. I don't know if you noticed or not. Our winds are picking up like crazy down here. We're not going to get a lot of moisture with it. We're going to get a lot of wind. But I heard toward the end of the week we're going to get some precipitation. Have you seen anything with that, Steve?
I mean, I saw some discussion about maybe some tropical development way down there in the, I guess, southern Caribbean. Is that what you mean? Or
well, that there down there, the southern Caribbean. We've got, you know how the fronts come across the United States, they go from west to east.
Mm-hmm.
And all the fronts are coming across, and there's this area that's down there, it's going to spin up into, they think it's going to spin up into a tropical storm towards the end of the week. And these fronts are going to drag it out to sea, which is going to kind of keep it off us. And it's going to be a kind of a rare occurrence. Usually with storms, hurricanes, they go from east to west. This one's going to go from west to east. It's going to go backwards.
Opposite, a backwards scenario, in other words. Hey, we pause there.
USA News Update. The federal government faces a midnight Eastern Time Friday deadline for running out of funds, presenting House Speaker Mike Johnson with a challenging situation, much like that of his predecessor, Representative Kevin McCarthy. Johnson aims to avoid a right-wing rebellion while keeping the government operational. Simultaneously, the White House Office of Management and Budget has initiated communications with agencies to prepare for a potential shutdown of the government, according to a source familiar with the plans. President Biden is slated to meet Chinese leader Xi Jinping in San Francisco on Wednesday during a CEO summit, where Xi is expected to address prominent American business executives. This meeting occurs amid heightened tensions in U.S.-China relations and as China's stricter regulations on Western companies prompt a reassessment of their investments in the country. The encounter offers an opportunity for discussions on a range of issues impacting the economic relationship between the two nations. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, we pick right back up where we left off there. All right. Philip, thanks for hanging in there. Had to take care of business, you know.
Hey, buddy, you there?
Yeah, welcome back. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was listening to that commercial and forgot what I was going to say now. But anyway, I just heard Eric Scarecrow talking there a second ago. I do want to thank him for bringing up something that I forgot about, and I listened to a little bit of the show on Friday. He talked about the Edmunds Fitzgerald. Steve, remember that?
Yeah, yes, I do. Yes, that was the anniversary.
Yeah, I'm glad he brought that up because that there needs to be looked at if anybody has ever lived in the Midwest, which I lived in the Midwest for 12 years, and I've been up on Lake Michigan, and I would love to go to Duluth. If anybody ever has a chance to go to Duluth, Minnesota, and watch the ships come in, it is really cool. They've got the barge canal. They bring it through the ships right off of the Lake Superior there. If you ever get a chance to go up there and see that, it is amazing to see those big ships come in. So, but I'm glad he brought that up, and that's something that needs to be looked at because those guys on those ships out there on the Great Lakes, they transported a lot of stuff. There wouldn't be cars right now if it wasn't for those ships. Those ships brought a lot of metal, a lot of different things. They made a lot of things came out of those boats, and they still come out of them today. So I'm glad he brought them up. That's all I pretty much got today, Steve. I will say this much, though, before I go. You were talking about these stores and shoplifting and all that, that sheriff really, he doesn't need to go to Target and the retailers. What he needs to do is he needs to go to his state government and get the laws changed on the shoplifting out there, because a lot of it is these companies are giving up because the laws state that, you know, somebody's going to get away if they have to steal a large amount of money.
Yep.
Or stuff that's worth a large amount of money before they can do anything. So, you know what I advise that sheriff is, he needs to go see Mr. Newsom and figure out what's going on and get that changed, because it's not going to stop. It's not just them, it's the state of Florida. We actually saw them close stores, and Walmart will be doing that. If there's high shrink numbers, they will be closing stores. They've already closed them in Illinois, and they're going to keep doing it if their numbers go down on their stores and they're not producing the right numbers. So your local Walmart could be gone. It could be your local Target. You know, if there's a lot of theft in it. I mean, we've seen it in Illinois. So that's all I pretty much got today, buddy. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.
Yeah, if memory serves, I think the California thing, yeah, when did they, several years back, when they made it a misdemeanor. If you, it's like, is it like $900 or less? I mean, that's a lot of merchandise to steal. So you get essentially it's the misdemeanor, which is a slap on the wrist, and yeah, there's no penalty. There's no fear of reprisal or consequence. I think maybe Pappy wanted to chime in on that. What do you got there? Pappy, how was your weekend? You had a few days off, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Back tomorrow. Saddle up and get on, right?
Yep.
Man, it sounds like Disney's going to the dumps, man. Steve, I mean, what kind of person do you have to be if you're standing in line to go ride a ride and you have to relieve yourself either way, and you just take it upon yourself to just right there in line in front of everybody? Well, what kind of person you got to be to do that, man? That's
unbelievable.
I mean, you can't really blame Disney for some jerk in a line doing something that disgusting. I don't care how long the line is. Speaking of dumps, we got China coming into San Francisco Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. You hear how they're saying they're trying to get all the homeless people off the streets and all the drug addicts off the streets, and moving their I don't know where they're putting them, but they're trying to clear the streets for the Chinese visit.
Steve, what does that tell you, man? These people care more about China than they do their own citizens. They're not cleaning it up to help these people. They just want to make the house look pretty so they're not embarrassed.
Correct.
Pretty boy Gavin Newsom. You should have heard, I've seen a press conference he gave a couple days ago. Steve, I'm looking at it. Stuff coming out of his mouth. And he's being honest. He was being honest. Why are we cleaning up? Because the Chinese are coming in. Yeah, you got to clean your house up. You know, when company comes over, you got to clean the house.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh. So what kind of deals are they going to make with China, Steve? You know, when Biden goes see him, why in the heck is Biden even allowed to go talk to these people, man? Are you kidding me? China's probably going to come with a checkbook, man. Just start slipping checks under the table to the big guy. Here you go, man. Unbelievable.
Here's your 10%.
All right, let's get to the shoplifting. First of all, if a victim doesn't want to cooperate, you can't arrest somebody. If it's getting to the point where they're stealing something over $1,000 and Target still don't want to cooperate, Steve, come on, man. I'll tell you what, if I was a real retailer, in that type of business, I would put big posters up, man. You stealing our house, you're going to jail. Go steal from Target, go steal from Walmart. If they don't want to do anything, sooner or later, like you're seeing happening right now, they're going to go out of business. They're going to fold up. They're going to pitch the tent somewhere else. And the store that prosecutes people will thrive because they're not going to have to raise their prices. We had a business here in Hamilton County that wanted to play that game. I won't mention it. He wanted us to park around back.
Mm-hmm.
Walk the bad guy out the back door. Nope. Not my squad. Park right in front. Just walk him right out the office door, right through aisle 12, past registers out, and cruiser parked in front. Let everybody else know in that store, you shoplift, you get handcuffs put on, and you get taken to jail. It's that simple. We had a guy steal a 6-pack of beer. I'm going back, I don't know, Steve, it was about 7 or 8 months. Guy called me, hey man, manager, it was a convenient type store.
Mm-hmm.
Wants to press charges. The guy only stole a 6-pack of beer, He wants to press charges? I'm like, yeah, handcuff him, take him to jail. Absolutely, man. Well, Sarge, man, hey, here's the deal, you're right. The court's not going to do anything. So we can at least inconvenience him for one day. One night, take his butt to jail. Let him find a ride back home.
So do you think, will he think about it next time? Or maybe, but he'll just find a different retailer.
Well, Steve, it all depends on who you're dealing with. These homeless people, they don't care. They don't care. We got people out here that as soon as it gets cold out, we had one guy was notorious. As soon as it started to get cold out, he would grab a rock or a brick or something and throw it through a plate glass window on a business downtown and sit on the curb and wait for the police to come. Lock me up, man. It's getting cold out here.
Wow. Yeah.
Good place to sit. Yeah, Steve, I'm not making this up, man. And so this whole Trump deal, something dinged in my head the other night. So New York is taking Trump to court because they were saying he inflated his real estate down there in Mar-a-Lago, right?
The values, I think it was his New York properties and Trump Resort and all that, but they're telling him he's got expert witnesses to testify, and no?
Again, Steve, there's no victim here. The loans that were taken out by the bank were all paid back. The bank, they got adjusters, appraisers that go out. They didn't have a problem with it. Well, let me ask you this, though, Steve. You got Hunter Biden selling these spit paintings for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Man, don't you think maybe, let's go get him now. Let's go get Hunter. Hey, you're inflating the prices of these spit paintings, man. If it was little Julie McIntosh that drew these in the first grade, if you take his name off of it, and took these to any art gallery, these people would laugh, Steve. Did you hear this? Our beloved Jim Jordan, the art gallery or whatever you want to call it, that are selling these paintings of Hunter, we're getting subpoenas to testify up on the Hill.
I heard that.
Yes, sir. Interesting, ain't it? People buying $2 paintings. That's about the price of the paint and the paper that's on, for hundreds of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. And next thing you know, they're getting special favors from the government. Things that just make you go,
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear about that local election? I take honesty, I forget. There we go again. I forget what state it was. It was a local election. But they had video evidence of this lady coming in and stuffing the ballot box.
A clerk. Yes, that was in Connecticut.
Yes, sir. Connecticut.
And the judge said it was so unbelievable what he saw. Yeah, I mean, they had video of her twice in the same day stuffing ballots. And then they got video from inside her office where she's giving a coworker a stack of ballots for him to walk over and stuff them in.
Thank God we got a judge that, and Steve, they arrested Trump, man. You can't make this up, man. They arrested Trump for making these claims, indicted the man. Meanwhile, Ukraine's dictator Lewinsky, he puts a stop to elections over there, Steve. You hear that? Yes, sir. No more elections, man. We got a war going on here. We can't be dealing with stuff like this. Unbelievable, man. Man, yeah. Apparently Iceland's been getting all these earthquakes. They're expecting a volcano to blow. How much are they going to have to pay in carbon taxes if this thing blows up, man?
Right,
it's going to bankrupt the country. It's going to bankrupt the country, man. We can't let this thing blow up. Oh. I just can't believe China's coming in here. These people that donate, give billions of dollars to our academia, right, to all these colleges. You just run down the list, Steve, of all these colleges, including Harvard. In return, they got to put in their curriculum some of the stuff that China wants in there, like CRT and all this crazy woke stuff. That's why you're seeing all these pro-Palestinian protesters getting paid to get taught what they want these kids to learn, so to speak. Unbelievable. All right, man. That's about all I got for tonight.
All right, have a good Monday. Yep, greatest day of the week there, right? Yeah, real quick, back to New York, though. Yeah, the Attorney General, Letitia James' office, was trying to exclude 4 expert witnesses that Trump wanted to call to testify this week, arguing the judge has already ruled President Trump is liable for fraud. The state's attorneys argue in a letter to New York Supreme Court Justice Arthur Engoron that their testimonies are no longer relevant, they say. So we're talking about the center of the case, Trump's, Trump Organization's statements of financial condition, prepared every year to give a summary of Trump's net worth and asset values. The Attorney General's office is arguing that these figures were inflated up to $2.2 billion a year total. The judge has ruled in their favor in a pre-trial summary judgment. Defense attorneys are arguing, hey, these figures, though, they may differ from the Attorney General's calculations. They are legitimate and not a result of fraud. The four expert witnesses, a guy by the name of Stephen Laposa, Jason Flemons, Steve Witkoff, and David Miller. Laposa is a real estate executive with 30 years of experience in commercial real estate, construction management, economic consulting, and is a professor who's previously the president of the American Real Estate Society. Defense attorneys submitted an affidavit and report by Mr. Laposa earlier this year, and he was expected to testify on property valuation and the methodologies that are used to reach different numbers. The state attorneys note that according to his report, he will also testify on how appraising a trophy property presents unique challenges that explain different valuations between an appraiser versus an owner, possibly to address how the Attorney General came to different valuations on Trump's properties than what's shown on Trump Organization statements of financial condition. A widely reported figure concerning the case has been the Attorney General's $18 million valuation of Mar-a-Lago, in which she relied on county assessor numbers, which real estate professionals say have nothing to do with valuations. Let's see, other guy to testify, Mr. Flemons, a CPA, 25 years in forensic accounting, auditing, corporate investigations. They had also submitted a report by Flemons where he disclosed standard practices in accounting, which allows for exceptions to generally accepted accounting principles, and how even under GAAP financial statements prepared by different parties on the same assets will vary. He stated in his expert opinion, the Attorney General's office reached their valuations based on flawed accounting analysis, yet not GAAP, as the petition asserts. He also makes reference to the disclaimer on the SFCs, which Trump has often brought up in his public comments. A statement asking banks and others to do their own analysis. All these experts are meant to contest the issue of valuations in the SFCs, but state attorneys pointed out that the judge has already resolved that claim by ruling there was clear, indisputable documentary evidence proving Trump overvalued the assets reported in the SFCs. It's all predetermined by this judge. And he's actually judge and jury, because there is no jury. Bench trial. He's the one that makes the final say. But it's not necessary to hear from these experts, because his mind's made up. All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. I can share. I guess being an employee, sometimes you can't speak about certain things. But there was more on the report last week about guests. One attendee at a Disney theme park said, "I'm in the queue for Rise of the Resistance at Disney World. Somebody just let their kid take a dump on the floor, and they just walked away and left it." Another person claiming to be a park employee on their Disney World subreddit chimed in to verify the claim about the Star Wars-themed ride, writing, "For the skeptics out there, this actually happened. Fun fact, This was one of 3 shish kebab-related incidents at Rise of Resistance today. In one day. The poster added the less fun fact was that they were actually present for all 3 incidents. Another person claiming to be an employee shared their experience on a separate thread, stating that bodily fluids no longer bother me after working at Disney. Let's just say that the attraction I work at has what the cast ended up dubbing the poop hall, because of the amount of times guests have gone in there and done their business. We even put up a camera, but that didn't stop it. The claims didn't end there. Another person claiming to be a CM, that's a cast member, chimed in to confirm their own experience with the poop hallway, writing that mention of it gave them war flashbacks. The story goes on. Let's see. Someone also called that said these guests should be permanently banned if they're caught. Others ask, well, are these accidents or are they intentional? It's pretty much the fact that they've been in line for maybe 45 minutes or an hour and they don't want to get out of line because they're getting closer to the front of the line. All right, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Oh, happy Monday. Casual Monday. Good to have you on board. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. 5 U.S. service members were killed Friday evening after their aircraft suffered a mishap and crashed into the eastern Mediterranean Sea, the Pentagon revealed on Sunday. The mishap took place during a routine air refueling mission as part of military training, and all on board the aircraft were killed, U.S. European Command said in a brief statement. An earlier release from EUCON stressed that the aircraft crash was purely related to training and there was no indications of hostile activity. The aircraft has been identified as a Black Hawk helicopter carrying 5 Special Ops forces. Any further details on the military service it belonged to or the exact location or timing of the accident are not available at this time. China's president is coming to the U.S. this week to meet up with Joe Biden in the city by the bay.
President Biden scheduled to meet with the president of China here in the United States this week. The city chosen for the meeting, San Francisco, where California Governor Democrat Gavin Newsom admits city workers are very busy moving homeless folks off the streets, so the Chinese delegation does not see them or their tents. Drug addicts who shoot up around the clock are also being relocated. I'm Laura Winters.
Kindergarten vaccine exemptions have reached an historic high.
Data from the CDC, which assesses immunization programs covering measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, polio, and chickenpox shots, reveals a decrease in the number of children receiving these vaccinations compared to the period before the pandemic. This school year, vaccination coverage stands at 93%, a decline from the previous 95%. The report indicates that a total of 3% of kindergartners had an exemption, with 2.8% of those being non-medical. I'm John Schaefer.
No Powerball jackpot winner on Saturday night. The jackpot now climbs to roughly $235 million for Monday night's drawing. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is facing accusations that he personally rejected proposals to enhance teen mental health on Facebook and Instagram, including shutting down a suggestion to disable Instagram's beauty filters, according to newly unsealed documents. Critics argue that these face-altering filters contribute to unrealistic body image expectations and harm teens' mental health. The lawsuit also alleges that Meta, under Zuckerberg's direction, exploited the psychology of adolescents' brains and set goals to increase user time spent on Instagram. Tensions are escalating in the war between Israel and Hamas. 2024 Republican presidential candidate and former U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, on Fox News Sunday, saying the U.S. needs to continue supporting Israel.
Us having the backs of Israel is hugely important. Us having the back of Ukraine is important because you've got an unholy alliance of China, Russia, and Iran, all trying to intimidate us and intimidate our friends. Don't fall for it. The one thing that all of them fear is when we have an alliance that's strong and that we stand by.
Election offices in various states across the country have discovered envelopes containing suspicious powdery substances. Investigations are underway in Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, and Georgia, as all these envelopes were received this week. In Spokane, Washington, authorities confirmed traces of fentanyl in an envelope received by the county elections office through an initial test. Meanwhile, Tacoma police reported that the substance in their letter tested positive for baking soda. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. That means a Monday. Welcome aboard. Did you enjoy that weekend? Boy, they go by so quick, don't they? In the state of Georgia, the governor last week once again extending the suspension of the state's gas tax due to the, quote, disastrous effects of Bidenomics. This updated executive order will keep it in effect through the Thanksgiving holiday now. They put this in place back in September, renewed it last month. Then he also enacted a suspension over a 10-month period from March of 22 to January of this year. To which he says, thanks to our responsible approach to budgeting, we're able to deliver relief to families fighting through the disastrous effects of Bidenomics. All right, the gas tax in Georgia, 31.2 cents per gallon of gas. It's 35 cents per gallon of diesel. So I guess Georgians maybe in over a period of time saving a few bucks, right? All right, look at Brain Dead. Got you coming up after the anonymous hippopotamus here. Hey there.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, anyways, there, you said at the beginning of the show there, the Buckeye boy, he checked in from what you say, Palm Springs, California?
Yes, West Coast, way out there.
So, if we get in the Wayback Machine there, and I listen to some of them old-time radio shows and that was the winter vacation area that Jack Benny used to go to there. He'd take his show and they'd leave Hollywood and they'd go down there and vacation down in Palm Springs there and do the shows from down there and celebrate Christmas time down there. And so I guess it was kind of interesting. I guess there's not much snow in Palm Springs in the wintertime there, so you don't get the real Christmas effect there for Santa Claus. But anyways, there, and one of the first news reports there, I heard for Captain Ron there, did you hear the Golden Corral is gonna have their buffet opened up
tonight,
at 5 o'clock?
5 o'clock tonight, correct.
So, that's right, Monday, 5 o'clock Monday. So head down there to the Golden Corral there and saddle up to the buffet and get yourself some free eats. Maybe you can do that before he heads to work. But you know what I always found is there a problem when you get a big meal like that, you know, you do your Thanksgiving meal or you have a big Easter feast or something. Once you get done with that meal, about all you want to do is sit down in the easy chair there and turn on a football game or a NASCAR race, and the next thing you know, you're checking your eyelids for holes, you know what I mean? So that might not be good if he's going to feast up like that and then have to go to work that night, you know, go to work tonight after that. But we'll see. Maybe you can just fill the dinner bucket up and get it to go or something. But so I guess the question we have to ask in all seriousness, what happened with our president at where he was laying the wreath for the Veterans Day?
You know what? I had not seen did he or did he not? I'm not even sure what he did.
Apparently he was there. He was there physically, but from the sounds of it, he had been checked out and not brought there mentally. So I guess he had issues of knowing where to be and what to do and what he was supposed to do, and he just not even from what I hear, it didn't even sound like him speaking. So I don't know if they had a pre-recorded message that he that the supposed president lip sync to, or I don't know. Maybe you can check into this a little further, but in all actuality and all seriousness, it sounded like it was pretty sad, Your Honor. So, and we've been seeing a lot of that, out in the public. So I can only imagine what this meeting in San Francisco is going to end up being like. But have we gotten to the point that you remember that movie Dave, Your Honor? Have we gotten to the point that we might possibly have somebody filling in for the president that was maybe like a school teacher or something? I don't know. Just asking, Your Honor.
Right.
So,
wow.
Anyways, so I guess with all that, and I guess if you want to go to the funny part of that, did you happen to catch that thing that I forwarded on there to the fan page there of the kids that were out trick-or-treating, and the one kid was dressed up as Joe Biden, and he had another half dozen
yes,
kids there
acting like the Secret Service.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. That was good, yeah.
Just trying to get him to the door to trick-or-treat.
Couldn't get up the stairs. Yeah.
Again, sad. So, but anyways, in all truth and reality. Anyways, I guess with all that, that's about what we got going for you. And I still don't see why the Scarecrow's got to go to Iceland to visit ice and rock when isn't there plenty of ice and rock in Wisconsin? I don't know. Just asking. Anyways, with that, I'll let you go, Your Honor. We'll talk to you later.
All right, I did a quick search there. I had missed that in my preparation for the program. Apparently, social media users reacting with shock and ridicule over a clip of President Biden appearing to forget what the hell he was doing at the official Veterans Day Memorial at Arlington National Cemetery Saturday. Some tore into Biden for freezing at the wreath-laying ceremony at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier and having to be directed where to stand by Secret Service members. One said it's just embarrassing. Video of the event captured Biden placing the wreath in front of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier Saturday, while Vice President Kamala Harris represents representatives of the U.S. Armed Forces and a large crowd of guests look on. Once he was given the wreath by a U.S. Army service member, the president transferred it to the stand in front of the tomb. As he turned away from the wreath, they say he kind of hesitated, unsure of where to go. He turned around to face the service member, waited for the service member to give him a signal or a cue of where to go next. A service member actually stretched out his arm, directed the president to get back in line next to the vice president for the rest of the ceremony. Biden gets confused again. Okay. That's pretty much become a daily occurrence, hasn't it? Yeah. Well, happy Friday Eve, Brain Dead.
Thank you, Steve, and happy Monday to you, as Captain Ron would say. Or, wait a minute. Yeah, Captain Ron would say. No, I heard Scarecrow talk about the Chevy Equinox, and a friend of mine, she brought me her Chevy Equinox, and how ours 12, 13, or 14, I don't remember, because she was having a problem with this thing just shutting off going down the road. I mean, literally, you'd be driving, and all of a sudden, blank. The engine would stop, no dash lights, no nothing. And I did a little research on the computer on that little, that new website called Google, and there were several TSBs or technical service bulletins out that have complained about the car just shutting off like that. That was the major problem. The other problem is excessive oil usage. It was going through 5 quarts of oil during oil changes. And there was some GM technical boards on the internet, and they said that that GM will not fix either problem because they don't deem it as a safety issue, and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration doesn't want to get involved.
Wow.
So I showed her all of this information. I said, if I was you, I got 2 choices. Either A, I would scrap it or sell it or trade it. Get rid of it. This is not safe for you and your kids. Get rid of it. She got rid of it too, by the way. She blew the engine up and got rid of it, but still. But no, did you see the video that I sent you of that break-in on that FedEx truck?
Give me the what do you call the rest of the story? So it was what did they cut the seals or cut the locks or?
Yeah, pretty much. See, here's the thing, and people don't understand it. I'm trying to educate my boss because I forwarded you the email that I sent to my boss. Those little plastic seals ain't going to stop somebody from getting to a trailer. But if you put a padlock back there, a big enough padlock, that will slow them down. But the thing, though, is why didn't the driver try to run? I mean, yeah, you got guns on you. Okay, yeah. I mean, I could see that. Because you're not seeing anything in front of that back door. But, you know, he was literally maybe a couple of miles from that sort center. So I don't know what's going to happen out of that, but it's getting worse, you know, and like Pappy said, you know, go to your politicians to get something done. Well, the politicians don't care. And a lot of these shop owners, I imagine, are going to be taking vigilante justice right here and start taking them out. I mean, it's bad enough when you got to put in the good part of town, you got to put up those protective roll doors to slow them down to get in. Mm-hmm. Our police department don't care. The Memphis police only care about one thing, and that's sleeping under bridges and eating donuts. Okay, wait, that's two things. Never mind. But still, they don't care. They don't care. They have I've seen guys at a red lights coming from our warehouse. They'll literally just run the red light right in front of a cop. Run 100 miles an hour right through a red light. Cop just sits right there, just chomps away on the donut. Because, see, another part of the problem is our district attorney and his cohort in crime. You know, C.J. Davis and Steve Mulroy. They're not doing nothing about it. All they do is just sit there and go, well, you know what? You don't need to do that. You'll go on back out. Because they don't understand in the community, if you get arrested by the police, that's a badge of honor. Hey, you know what? I went to jail. I went to 201 Poplar, which is our county jail, city jail, by the way.
Wow.
I went to 201 and I got me arrested and I got this and I got that and I got out skate-free and I didn't have to do nothing. But these idiot kids do not understand. At some point they grow up and they decide they want to change their life around, like somebody that I know. And this haunts them forever because tell me, how many Walmart or Estes or, you know, just insert name here would hire somebody with three different charges for retail theft? I don't know of any of them.
Right.
So they're screwing themselves. I mean, honest and truly, Steve. I mean, and you can't tell these young kids that. And I told me and Dingbat were talking about this the other day. I said they ought to just throw them into jail and work off the debt. But the ACLU will come out there and say that's cruel and unusual punishment. So Walmart over here or the little mom and pop liquor store they got hit for $60,000 is fair. That's okay for them. How are they going to recoup their money? Because eventually the insurance companies are going to say, "Hey, bye. We can't cover your business no more." And this is how stupid they are. So how are they going to make up the lost causes? Raise the prices. And people are going to go, well, hey, this bottle of Jack Daniels was $30 yesterday, and now it's $50. What happened? Lost $60,000 in product. We had a liquor store here. Dingbat's listening. She'll tell you. I think they got hit one night for what, $60,000 or $75,000 in liquor. And they got that thing lit up brighter than the sun. Mm. But anyway, Steve. Oh yeah. Speaking of old President Biden here and him losing his mind, did you hear Friday on that memory test that his aide asked him if he wanted a cup of decaf coffee, and he says, "Did the cow finally give birth?" Bite.
Yeah, and I noticed no mention of Tennessee's proverbial butt whooping at the hands of Mizzou over the weekend. Ouch. That one hurt, didn't it? It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. 22 past the hour. Santa Claus checks in. Yeah, of course, he is a resident there on the West Coast. You're talking about trying to clean up the streets for the Chinese president visit. He said, let me chime in on the conversation here. I can confirm SFPD is shuffling the homeless around to make it appear all is well when the VIPs come into the city. But you can only clean up a turd so much. It's still a turd. Now, here in Sacramento PD and the sheriff's office will do a cleanup of the junkie camps within a day or two. Yeah, the junkies are right back. Sacramento looks like a third world country, except in certain areas like where Newsom lives and certain communities that have stronger enforcement of the loitering laws. I caught on my local news of a crackdown by some grocery stores trying to scale back thefts, while the local grocery store owners association is kind of taking a standoffish approach. If I can find that story from my local NBC affiliate, I'll forward that on to you. And postscript. Last time we visited our daughter in Portland, Oregon. My wife and my daughter at 2 different times actually stepped in human fecal matter while walking around downtown Portland. Don't want to gross you out or anything, but this is just the ugly truth of living in a liberal state. Nasty. What do you see? Is the House of Cards collapsing? We're talking about President Biden. Representative Pat Fallon of Texas believes Joe Biden's House of Cards is indeed falling as the House begins to subpoena Hunter's former business associates. Fallon argued that it's going to be tough for the Biden family's story to stay together with 5 associates already subpoenaed and more likely coming. One of them is Eric Schwerin, formerly the managing director of the now-defunct investment firm Rosemont Seneca Partners, which Hunter Biden helped to co-found. Schwerin knows where all the bodies are buried. Now, Fallon, who sits on the House Oversight and Accountability Committee, that's the panel that issues these subpoenas. He went on to say that Schwerin has been someone we wanted to talk to for the last several years. In his testimony, could be a proverbial treasure trove of information if he chooses to tell the truth. The likely testimony from business associates Schwerin, Mervyn Yan, and Rob Walker, the gallerist George Burgess, and one of the art patrons is why Fallon is adamant that the president's house of cards is collapsing. Now, he said, if I were on your show last year and would have told you that we could have proven $1 million of foreign payments to the Biden family, now we can tell you that number's $24 million. And if you believe FD 1023, it's $34 million. I think when this is all said and done, it's probably going to be north of $50 million. And I wouldn't be surprised if we bordered on 75 or 100, because every time we subpoena bank records from the Biden family, we find more foreign money. Yeah, right along that line with this, the announcement of the subpoenas last week. Who else chimed in here? Michael Goodwin, in a New York Post opinion piece this past day, Sunday, said the announcement by Comer, James Comer, that he has subpoenaed the president's son and his brother Jim, among other relatives, demonstrates the investigation is now in a new phase. What Goodwin described as, if the preliminary stage is complete and the final act is about to unfold. The subpoenas, after the discovery of 2 checks written to Joe from his brother Jim and Jim's wife, which both had the words loan repayment on the memo space. He pointed out that the transfers came to Joe within days of the family receiving large payments from clients that went through a convoluted series of bank accounts. Yeah, one of those clients, a Chinese energy company, sent $5 million to the joint account controlled by Hunter and a Chinese national. Yeah, that money arrived days after Hunter declared in a WhatsApp message that he was with his father. And both would not forget a failure to send the money, which Hunter claimed was owed for previous work, right? So long story short, Goodwin emphasized that this investigation is designated a preliminary impeachment inquiry, which provides it more power than a normal congressional subpoena to compel documents and testimony. The next stage would be a formal impeachment process, which in most cases leads to articles of impeachment and a full House vote, which he believes that is likely to now be the case. We got, looks like Rainmaker maybe checking in here. If you can make it through the news break here as we hit the bottom of the hour, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret.
USA News Update. The federal government faces a midnight Eastern Time Friday deadline for running out of funds, presenting House Speaker Mike Johnson with a challenging situation, much like that of his predecessor, Representative Kevin McCarthy. Johnson aims to avoid a right-wing rebellion while keeping the government operational. Simultaneously, the White House Office of Management and Budget has initiated communications with agencies to prepare for a potential shutdown of the government, according to a source familiar with the plans. President Biden is slated to meet Chinese leader Xi Jinping in San Francisco on Wednesday during a CEO summit, where Xi is expected to address prominent American business executives. This meeting occurs amid heightened tensions in U.S.-China relations and as China's stricter regulations on Western companies prompt a reassessment of their investments in the country. The encounter offers an opportunity for discussions on a range of issues impacting the economic relationship between the two nations. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I don't know if you caught it over the weekend. I guess it was yesterday, Sunday. The Republican presidential field thinned out a little bit more. Tim Scott becomes the latest casualty, suspending his presidential campaign. They've spent tons and tons of money in the polls. At one point over the summer, he was actually making some forward momentum, polling a little bit better, but that has since disappeared. The field is getting a whole lot thinner. Santa Claus did forward to me. It looks like what he was talking about was, I shared the story earlier about the sheriff there in California speaking out against in particular the likes of Target and Walgreens. Same sheriff, actually, Jim Cooper, thanking Safeway, the grocery, for their fight against retail theft after a week of calling out other stores for the opposite. Sunday night, a post this past evening, the sheriff gave kudos to the grocery store chain and the California Grocers Association. He said the store had reached out to his department, letting them know of some ongoing theft issues at several Sacramento locations. Detectives were able to set up a shoplifting operation, arresting several people, and issued notice of trespass prohibiting them from coming back into Safeway stores. The sheriff said these suspects were not homeless individuals, indicating they simply didn't think theft was a big deal, which, of course, we explained earlier. In California, for the most part, it's not, right? It's a slap on the wrist. Of course, earlier last week, the sheriff had posted about Walgreens, Target. Yeah, he said both of those corporate offices told his deputies to stand down after the local branches had actually called for help. Target told his deputies they couldn't arrest anybody in the store, but you had to do it outside. Okay, well, I guess you're on your own then, right? Rainmaker, how the heck are you?
I'm doing fine, Steve. How are you?
Doing well.
Yeah. Before I tell you about my subject, I called about, you was talking about California and the streets and the sidewalks. Did you see the story about Walt Disney World and the fecal matter? And the
Yeah. We did touch on that one, a bit earlier. Yes, sir. Sure enough.
So I sent you two stories. The first one was about Chicago, not Chicago, but New York City and the migrants in New York and their new camp. And then Chicago, Venezuela couple don't like what they see and they're going to go back to their country. So they're asking for transportation back. And I'm thinking, who's paying for the transportation for them to go back? Is that going to be taxpayers? So maybe the military, we need more recruitment. And we've always had this thing where we would give people opportunity to become green card holders if they serve the military, right? So maybe this is an opportunity. But I'll listen offline, but read about them two stories I sent to you, okay?
Very good. Yes, I did. The one out of Chicago, I had seen that one already, but I had not seen the other. So that one was kind of it's the migrants arriving and actually deciding, hey, there ain't nothing here for us.
Yep.
Let's start with that one out of Chicago, which says migrants are beginning to move back to Venezuela as the city runs out of resources to house and support the illegals. Chicago Tribune shared the story of one couple who had come from Venezuela to find a better life. After several months, the family suffered from homelessness, a lack of job opportunities, and no access to better education. By earlier this month, November, they requested tickets back to their home country. The father said, the American dream does not exist anymore. There's nothing here for us. Reports suggested that this family was not the only family that feels this way. As the city grows colder, many are requesting tickets to other cities or even other countries to avoid sleeping on the streets during the winter months. How many more months of living in the streets will it take? No more. It's better that I leave. At least I have my mother back home. Some migrants suggested they had been misled to believe they would be granted asylum immediately and perhaps receive a work permit. Others acknowledged the sheer number of illegal immigrants overwhelming the city has likely depleted resources. We didn't know things would be this hard, says one. I thought the process was faster. City officials report Chicago's received more than 19,000 migrants since August of last year, In addition, over 68,000 Chicago citizens are experiencing homelessness to begin with. As the migrant crisis has grown worse, local leaders have begun debating Chicago's status as a sanctuary city. That came up in a city council meeting, I believe it was last week, where when the question was asked, how do you feel about maintaining the status of sanctuary city? And a whole lot of people were yelling that they want this to end. Ninth Ward alderman said during the Chicago City Council meeting, we're spending a lot of money every single, I think up to $40 million a month we are spending, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, the city's been forced to house migrants at O'Hare Airport, police stations, and even youth sports fields. Many others have been forced onto the streets. Despite the cold temperatures, I guarantee it's going to be a hard life trying to stay warm on the streets of Chicago in the dead of winter. I did mention earlier the big storm that impacted Anchorage last week. Big-time snowfall. There were actually 4 fatalities. I mean, these were individuals that didn't have a place to stay. Pretty much just froze to death. Wasn't that long ago? Was it? I can't recall. Was it the governor, the state, or was it a city mayor that had offered homeless people a ticket to somewhere in the lower 48 to get them off the streets for just that reason? You can't hardly survive homeless on the streets in a place like Anchorage, Alaska during the dead of winter. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. A couple of other interesting tidbits. We had the idea of this secret NASA mission. It's called the X-37B. It's been around for a number of years now. It looks like a kind of a miniature version of the old space shuttle. And this thing's been doing lengthy missions. After wrapping up a lengthy mission in Earth orbit nearly a year ago, Space Force's space plane is ready to take off again for the 7th flight of this shuttle-like test vehicle. It is now scheduled for a launch on December 7 from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The reusable space plane this time will ride aboard a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket for the first time for this particular orbital test, which they say will include a number of experiments, according to the U.S. Space Force. For the 7th mission, the space plane will operate in new orbital alignments and carry out experiments with future space domain awareness technologies. It'll also carry a NASA experiment that will expose plant seeds to the harsh radiation environment of long-duration spaceflight in order to build data for future crewed missions. The X-37B continues to equip the U.S. with the knowledge to enhance current and future space operations. According to the U.S. Space Force, the Boeing-built reusable vehicle operated by the Air Force Rapid Capabilities Office and the U.S. Space Force. On previous missions, the space plane took off in May of 2020 atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. That uncrewed mission spent 908 days in orbit before landing at the Kennedy Space Center in November of last year. That beat the previous record of 780 consecutive days in orbit. Mission 6 carried a couple of NASA experiments, and most of what they do, most of these test flights are pretty much top secret. We don't know a whole lot about what the heck they're doing with the space plane, but On a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388. We return after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, the Republican field is beginning to thin out, and unless something dramatic changes leading up to the primaries, it's all but a foregone conclusion. Donald Trump's going to be the nominee. But again, things could change. We'll see. But another interesting tidbit, I was chatting with one of my neighbor friends over the weekend, talking about first of all, you got RFK, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who withdrew from the Democrat nomination. He was vying to steal that from Biden, and is now running as an independent or third-party candidate. Word late last week had come down that Jill Stein of the Green Party is also looking to run as a third party, the Green Party candidate. And in each of these cases, they will be stealing votes that would have otherwise gone for Trump or Biden. Now, interesting breakdown over the weekend. CNN reporting there are few things you can be more certain of in life than a Democrat or Republican winning a U.S. presidential election. We don't usually do third parties or independents in this country. Chances, of course, are Biden or Trump will be elected a year from now. But it would be foolish to dismiss what the current polls are telling us. Independent Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is polling higher than any independent or third-party candidate in a generation. He, along with other non-major party candidates, has a real chance to affect the outcome in 24. Take a look at the Quinnipiac University poll. Kennedy hit 22% among registered voters. That struck me as awfully high, so I went into the polling vault. The last independent presidential candidate to earn over 20% support in a poll within a year of the election was Ross Perot, 1992. He ended up getting 19% of the popular vote. Now, he's a bit of an exception in that independent or third-party candidates usually fade as the election gets closer. John Anderson was polling above 20% during the 1980 campaign before ultimately pulling in just 7% come November. In 1968, former Alabama Governor George Wallace topped out at 21% in pre-election polling as a third-party candidate, ultimately only picked up 14% when the votes were actually cast. Now, the amazing thing, though, is that these three have been the only non-major party candidates in the history of polling to hit more than 20% within a year of the election. Kennedy is now part of that elite group. These three prior candidates ended up getting above 5%, if not 10%, in the final outcomes. Now, we don't know where Kennedy's going to end up. Obviously, however, his numbers in the swing states should be turning some heads. According to the New York Times Siena College survey, Kennedy was in the high teens to upward of 25% in the 6 closest states that Biden won in 2020 over Trump. Those states being Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Michigan. This was a notable poll, of course, because they sent some Democrats into a tizzy and some Republicans into euphoria last week. Trump came in with a higher share of the vote than Biden in 5 of these states among registered voters, and 4 of them among likely voters. In the final results, if those results matched those polls, Trump would win the election. But when Kennedy was introduced as an option among likely voters, Trump was ahead of Biden in only 2 states, Georgia and Nevada. His 5-point lead in Arizona and Pennsylvania disappeared into ties. Biden held a well within the margin of error edge in Pennsylvania, while the other 2 were tied in Michigan. Put another way, a clear Trump polling lead became a jumbled mess with no clear favorite to win in the Electoral College thanks to Kennedy. Both Biden and Trump were south of 40% in an aggregate across those 6 states. Now, here's the deal. The fact that an independent candidate could take such a large chunk of the vote should not be surprising. Both Biden and Trump's unfavorability ratings were in the high 50s in the Times Siena poll, as well as others. I mean, pretty much they're tied with Hillary Clinton and Trump in 2016 as the 2 least liked frontrunners for the party's nomination in polling history. Given that, it's no surprise we're seeing other independent and third-party candidates jumping on board. Independent Cornel West got 6% and 4% in the recent Quinnipiac CNN surveys. Jill Stein announcing Thursday of last week she's going to run for the Green Party nomination. She got about 1% of the national vote in 2016, but notably earned more votes in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin than Trump's winning margins over Clinton in those states. Then you also had Thursday, West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin. Manchin said he would not run for re-election next year. He's entertaining the idea of maybe running as a third-party candidate. He mentioned that earlier this year. He took 10% as a no-labels candidate in the PRRI poll during the summer months here. Now, none of these non-major party candidates are likely to win. Obviously, though, that's not really the point here. We're talking about the impact they're going to have for the others, a.k.a. Biden, Trump, if indeed they are the 2 that ultimately make it onto the ballot, which I can't help but kind of wonder. Scarecrow!
Well, Steve, this is probably about the earliest that I've messed with Christmas lights and such. We're not going to be lighting them for a couple of weeks yet. Probably actually wait till after Thanksgiving, but given the weather and such, I know darn well if I didn't do it now, weather's going to change on us. And you know darn well how much fun those stiff plastic clips are when you maybe 30 degrees out and you're trying to work with them with your bare fingers and and such way. Now, we hit 60 degrees yesterday, and I think we're supposed to tickle on 60 right on through about Thursday, if not Friday this week. Very pleasurable weather ahead here. Lows maybe down in the mid-40s. Not too tough to take for mid-November here, man. Anyway, when I had so rudely left you in the earlier call there, we were at the Chevy dealership, de-wheeling and dealing, so to speak, on a new Equinox. Now, I think I maybe heard, I was outside tarping, but did Braindead, did he comment something about bad luck with Equinox too?
Yeah, he was talking about, some sort of issue where the damn thing would just, I guess just die with no given notice, and that's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I guess that's the first I've heard about that particular issue. I've heard different issues on and off that's had such a bad reputation, and I guess I have to thank our lucky stars for the fact we never ever had as much as a quirk. Ours is a 2015. Now it is under 70,000 miles now when we created it. But aside from I put a new battery in, is either a year ago, if not this past spring, and that's the only coin we've dropped in it, Steve. But when we started talking to the dealer there about trading, man, he said there is not a dealer around that wants an Equinox. That they more or less send them to these dealer auctions just to get rid of them, even knowing they're going to take a huge loss on it. And from his perspective, as the oil consumption is the big downer.
The big deal. All right, let me pause there as we hit news break, top of the hour. We'll be back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. 5 U.S. service members were killed Friday evening after their aircraft suffered a mishap and crashed into the eastern Mediterranean Sea, the Pentagon revealed on Sunday. The mishap took place during a routine air refueling mission as part of military training, and all on board the aircraft were killed, U.S. European Command said in a brief statement. An earlier release from EUCOM stressed that the aircraft crash was purely related to training and there was no indications of hostile activity. The aircraft has been identified as a Black Hawk helicopter carrying 5 Special Ops forces. Any further details on the military service it belonged to or the exact location or timing of the accident are not available at this time. China's president is coming to the U.S. this week to meet up with Joe Biden in the city by the Bay.
President Biden scheduled to meet with the president of China here in the United States this week. The city chosen for the meeting, San Francisco, where California Governor Democrat Gavin Newsom admits city workers are very busy moving homeless folks off the streets, so the Chinese delegation does not see them or their tents. Drug addicts who shoot up around the clock are also being relocated. I'm Laura Winters.
Kindergarten vaccine exemptions have reached an historic high.
Data from the CDC, which assesses immunization programs covering measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, polio, and chickenpox shots, reveals a decrease in the number of children receiving these vaccinations compared to the period before the pandemic. This school year, vaccination coverage stands at 93%, a decline from the previous 95%. The report indicates that a total of 3% of kindergartners had an exemption, with 2.8% of those being non-medical. I'm John Schaefer.
No Powerball jackpot winner on Saturday night. The jackpot now climbs to roughly $235 million for Monday night's drawing. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is facing accusations that he personally rejected proposals to enhance teen mental health on Facebook and Instagram, including shutting down a suggestion to disable Instagram's beauty filters, according to newly unsealed documents. Critics argue that these face-altering filters contribute to unrealistic body image expectations and harm teens' mental health. The lawsuit also alleges that Meta, under Zuckerberg's direction, exploited the psychology of adolescents' brains and set goals to increase user time spent on Instagram. Tensions are escalating in the war between Israel and Hamas. 2024 Republican presidential candidate and former U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, on Fox News Sunday, saying the U.S. needs to continue supporting Israel.
Us having the backs of Israel is hugely important. Us having the back of Ukraine is important because you've got an unholy alliance of China, Russia, and Iran all trying to intimidate us and intimidate our friends. Don't fall for it. The one thing that all of them fear is when we have an alliance that's strong and that we stand by.
Election offices in various states across the country have discovered envelopes containing suspicious powdery substances. Investigations are underway in Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, and Georgia, as all these envelopes were received this week. In Spokane, Washington, authorities confirmed traces of fentanyl in an envelope received by the county elections office through an initial test. Meanwhile, Tacoma police reported that the substance in their letter tested positive for baking soda. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we kick off the final hour here on a Monday, what do we have on tap this time around? First of all, labor unions urging the federal government to take a stronger stance against driverless vehicles. They say these things are being deployed before their time. In other words, the technology is not there yet. We'll fill in some of the blanks there. Then on to California's AB5, which we've been talking about for how many years now. The California Assembly Bill AB5 violates the Commerce Clause and the Equal Protection Clause, according to the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Their latest brief that was filed in the U.S. District Court of the Southern District of California a couple weeks ago. Again, we'll fill you in the rest of the story coming up. First, let me get back to Scarecrow. All right, we made it through. Welcome back.
Well, Steve, you leave Crow and his fertile mind to themselves over a break like that. Man, the wheels they've been turning, I'm just wondering. Knucklebuster, I'll bet he could line up both Paige Sporanic and Tennessee as co-spokesmodels for the program. No, I'm just throwing this out there, throwing it on the wall, just all open to interpretation and comment.
Well, I'd be all for Paige, man, oh man, smoking.
Well, yeah. As we talked about Friday, we hear a lot about Tennessee, but that's all we're getting is lip service to this point. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for the next comment on that one here, coming up in the next hour here. I would assume there. But anyway, we're back at the dealer, and oil consumption has been a huge problem, and this goes with the 2018 models. Prior to that, nobody, and it's the 4-cylinder. I guess the V6s. There's no issue there. And now the dealer that I was speaking with, I don't know if it come down the pipeline or if it's his assumption, that it's ring failure that is the primary issue. And his comment was the crosshatch, in the cylinder walls was not appropriate. That the rings, never seated proper on a lot of these cars, and then you get oil consumption in vehicles where the drivers, owners don't pay any attention to the oil, and then these cars, they just started falling off by the wayside, right and left. Engines would die, throw rods and all that other good stuff away. So the dealer networks, they don't have a love for these cars at all. And as they say, I guess we have to be knocking on wood for the fortunes that we've had. Ours never used a drop of oil between exchanges and such. So that was my comment to him that, well, I've changed oil religiously that every 3,000 miles, given that the Briages, they're all short mile trips and such way. But yeah, there's and for the most part, these cars that old, they don't end up on the new car dealership lots anyway. A lot of dealers have secondary lots for the cheaper, low dollar, maybe 30-day warranty, 90-day warranty, something like that. But no, I guess I'm the wife. She's been totally pleased with the Equinox, and when this one came along, I figured, well, let's go for it. And so either way, that's how the weekend went, and yeah, she's happy as can be. I'm happy that she's happy, and you know how that works out. So
yeah, and what model year? What was the model year you say that was?
Ours was a 2015.
Okay.
And the 2017 and prior, I think 2010 was maybe the first year of it. But yeah, there was the 4-cylinder EcoBoost or whatever the heck it's called, But yeah, it sounds like there's plenty of other issues that tied in with it too, and like most every vehicle, the older Equinox, they're prone to rusting in particular areas too, and so the Wisconsin road salt is starting to take its toll a little bit, but we were disappointed at the first offer that he threw at us, and I said, "No, we'll keep it and run it in the ground for that." But in the end, I think everybody's happy, or at least we are anyway. So, and let's see. Other than that, Steve, now we'll wait for response on my thoughts on enhancing the program's image on the female end there. Thank you.
Yes, leave it to you guys. Get your mind out of the gutter. All right, labor unions urging the government to take a stronger stance against driverless vehicles. The Transport Workers Union of America, Transportation Trades Department, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, and about 24 other unions relaying their concerns in a letter to the Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg. According to this report, we write today to reiterate our grave safety concerns about the expanded testing and operation of automated driving systems-equipped vehicles, given the recent surge in both the number of cities operating these vehicles on public streets and the number of crashes and safety incidents involving these vehicles. We urge you to take immediate action to bring long overdue federal leadership to this issue. The unions urge federal government to expand the ongoing investigation into General Motors' autonomous vehicle division known as Cruise, as well as Waymo, Zoox, and other autonomous vehicle operators. This investigation by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration launched last month after what made national headlines. The Cruise vehicle dragged a pedestrian down a street in San Francisco. The unions also want the Highway Traffic Safety Administration to subject driverless vehicles to stricter federal regulations and oversight. The Transportation Workers Union president said driverless vehicles are a menace to society. These untested, unproven robots block traffic, hinder first responders and emergency services, harm pedestrians and other road users with tragically fatal consequences. We have long warned about these dangers. Today, we join dozens of unions and their members to once again call on lawmakers and the federal government to investigate driverless technology and the tech companies responsible for them and lay down hard, fast rules of how and when we allow these things to operate on our streets. We've had the driverless robo-taxis in San Francisco through much of the year. NBC News and other media outlets, and we had covered this, reported where a hit-and-run driver, someone in an actual, a driver in an automobile struck someone apparently like crossing the streets, hit that person, which threw them in front of the driverless vehicle that actually ran over the woman. I guess the woman was under the vehicle, and rather than staying right there where it was, the driverless vehicle attempted to, well, it was going to move forward and get out of the way and pull off to the right-hand side, but that person was still under the vehicle. It drugged them down the street. There's also been reports of self-driving cars obstructing police and firefighters trying to respond to emergencies. Earlier in the summer, an autonomous vehicle came to a full stop on a road emergency personnel were trying to use in response to a nearby mass shooting. As of August this year, San Francisco Fire said they had recorded 55 different incidents of driverless vehicles blocking emergency vehicles this year. In October, the California Department of Motor Vehicles concluded the Cruise robo-taxis posed an unreasonable risk to safety. They have suspended subsequently operations nationwide. Last week, GM announced that they're recalling all of their Cruise robo-taxis so they can receive a software update. Said the update will force the vehicles to remain stationary should something similar to that hit-and-run incident happen elsewhere around the country. Of course, what do we know about driverless trucks? Attempts to deploy 80,000-pound trucks with no driver on board also receiving scrutiny. President of the Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety testified at a hearing that this technology, it is not ready. The trucking industry should learn from the mistakes made by the driverless cars. I mean, these mishaps have consequences. And undoubtedly, yes, she is correct. Well, shall we see? Knucklebuster.
This is Knucklebuster.
Has your ears been burning?
Oh, no. I just called in to get a second time in, try to catch up a little bit with horse feathers there. So, no, I don't worry about what people got to say about me there, right?
Well, the question is, Knucklebuster, obviously you were ordered to hit the hay at a decent hour for the Friday morning program. Somewhere in the process of the 5-hour program, a comment was made along the lines that apparently Knucklebuster was sleeping in the hills of Tennessee, which we all got a chuckle out of that. Said that's probably true. But the request was, is Tennessee going to be willing to maybe become the model for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirts that we talk so often about?
Well, I'll ask her, see what she says. First she can say is no, right?
Right? And then she'd probably want to know why would they want me to be the model, would be her question.
Oh, yeah, absolutely there. Well, I'll tell her because she knows. Hey, I was a breastfed baby, so I'm well versed in them Hooters there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep. I got a question. What happened to Oklahoma State Saturday there? They got their butts spanked big time there. So I thought they was bad enough to beat Oklahoma, and then following week, I guess they just petered out there. They couldn't even do nothing there, right?
That was a game I did not get to see. I saw Oklahoma handled things pretty well, but not Oklahoma State, huh?
Yeah, they only scored one field goal the whole game there. I forgot what the score was, but it was pretty embarrassing there. I figured Big Ed would call in and talk about that game.
You know, with all that had occurred, with the Harbaugh suspension, and of course with the word coming down the Texas, how about that Texas A&M coach getting the axe yesterday? I thought for sure we would hear from Ed this morning, but nope.
No, well, that's the way it goes there. You know, sometimes you just got to sleep in there. I don't know. We'll ask Tennessee about modeling that Steve Summers overnight drive T-shirt. I'll see what she says there. I might even wind up asking my twin daughters see if they'll model one there, right?
Okay.
So anyway, well, I don't want to keep you tied up there. Shoot, I just thought I'd buzz in there, and I'm going right through the middle of Oklahoma City right now, so I ain't messing with that phone. There's enough people out here running around scaring me bad there, right?
Don't be a distracted driver. All right. Well, Knucklebuster, have a great day. Thanks for chiming in and give us the full report. See how Tennessee responds to that inquiry. Did we ever go through the full breakdown? I know we got to a couple of the scores. Alabama trounced Kentucky 49-21. Even in light of Harbaugh not being on the sideline, the concern was, would Michigan, would they falter? Because that was a big matchup, two top 10 teams. But no, Michigan takes care of business with Penn State. 24-15 was the final score. And I believe I saw something where yesterday Penn State, after their performance Saturday, gave the axe to, was it offensive coordinator? I believe that was the case. You know, a lot of shuffling in college football over this past weekend. Tulane taking down Tulsa, close game, 24-22 was the final there. Arizona over Colorado, 34-31. Down to Kansas State whooping up on Baylor, 59-25. Tennessee, what happened there? Brain dead. What happened? Missouri put the whooping on them, 36-7. Ultimately, the final. Washington over Utah, 35-28. You had the battle in Florida. Florida State versus Miami of Florida. Florida State coming out on top, 27-20. There's the Oklahoma State. They trounced by UCF. Wow, 45-3. Yeah, the final there. I missed that one. Oregon State, 62-17 over Stanford this weekend. Georgia put the whooping on Ole Miss. Thought that was going to be a much closer game. No contest, 52-17, the final score. There's Oklahoma. Sooners bounce back, trouncing West Virginia, 59-20. Texas, hook 'em horns over TCU, 29-26. And it was, yes, LSU over Dingbats Florida Gators, 52-35. Ohio State takes care of business against Michigan State, 38-3. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And, of course, if you're in the process of getting ready to winterize that lawn equipment, well, everybody in my neighborhood had the tractors and the mowers out this weekend. Everybody mulching leaves, mulching. It may be another week or two. Things are going to warm up, but make sure to store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Yes, of course, for 60 years. Plus, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive, whether it's lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that'll be sitting around with that gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years. There you go. And combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. And as for being a listener to this program, we can actually save you money next time you place an order. Go online and order. Go to goldeagle.com. You place your order, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and that'll knock 15% off your entire order. goldeagle.com, coupon code Overnight Drive. Hello, Steve. Columbus, Ohio on board. Once again, the weekend came and went way too fast. It was a productive one, though. A lot of projects completed at the Home 20. Cars warming up, getting ready to head into town. See what we can find in the metal yard today. Yeah, if you weren't with us Friday morning, no longer hauling the trash. Can't be digging for treasures. He took the run for scrap metal now. All right, Steve, have a great Monday, and thanks for tuning in. Earlier this morning, talked about the El Niño that continues to strengthen, and it's going to potentially have a profound impact on our weather this winter. Although El Niño takes place way out in the Pacific Ocean, it reshapes the jet stream and ultimately reshapes the weather thousands of miles away. The weather patterns are much different than when a La Niña is present. So this winter could be a whole lot different than we've seen in especially the last several recent years. The experts say El Niño will be a dominating factor for our winter forecast here at AccuWeather. We're predicting a wetter winter across the south, while areas around the Great Lakes, the Midwest, and the northern plains experience less precipitation and milder conditions. Honestly, I hope this forecast is correct, because I would really love a mild winter. Along the west coast, El Niño tends to direct moisture-rich storms into California more than the Pacific Northwest in this sort of pattern. Along the east coast, El Niño could also set the stage for big snowstorms, which is why AccuWeather is already forecasting more snow this winter than last for the likes of New York City, Philadelphia, Boston. You see how it all pans out. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Newly unsealed documents allege that Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg personally rejected proposals to improve teen mental health on Facebook and Instagram, including disabling Instagram's beauty filters. Critics claim these filters promote unrealistic body image expectations and harm teens' mental health. The lawsuit further alleges that Meta, guided by Zuckerberg, exploited the psychology of adolescent brains and set goals to increase their user time spent on Instagram. Closing arguments are scheduled to start Wednesday in the 14th Amendment disqualification trial against Donald Trump in Colorado after witness testimony concluded earlier this month. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Supreme Court rejected an attempt to block Trump from the state's GOP primary ballot, but indicated the possibility of future challenges if he secures the nomination. Challenges based on the 14th Amendment, which bars officials who engaged in insurrection from holding office, are considered long shots due to the amendment's lack of clear enforcement.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And picking up where we left off there on a Monday. News out of Switzerland. Iodine tablets in the mail to millions of Swiss citizens as part of the country's preparation for a possible disaster at one of its nuclear power plants. It's not something new, they say. In 2014, about 4.6 million potassium iodide tablets were sent out. They had like a 10-year lifespan, and they're now expiring. But apparently everyone living within 50 kilometers of one of the country's 3 nuclear power plants will be receiving iodine tablets in the mail. It's about 4 million people, according to the website, down from 2014 because one of the nuclear power plant has since then been shut down under the Swiss plan to protect the people. Everyone within 50 kilometers of a plant receives surplus pills in case there's someone with them who needs some. The Swiss government apparently has purchased enough tablets to cover the entire population of the country, with local governments in charge of keeping tablets in areas outside those 50-kilometer limits. Businesses and schools will be supplied tablets next year. People in 779 Swiss municipalities will be receiving the tablets. Of course, iodine tablets designed to reduce the risk of thyroid cancer due to radiation. The health minister said the tablets are particularly effective for anyone under the age of 45 and can help protect children as young as 2 months old. Now, they caution residents not to take the tablets until you're informed by government officials from the National Emergency Operations in the event of an emergency. I guess they're just being proactive. They did say they plan to recycle the old pills and recover the iodine in them, which I didn't realize that was even possible. But yeah, living in Switzerland. Happy Monday, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stable. Hello, Philip. Going up to, 60 in Fort Wayne, 59 Sterling Heights today. Not bad for mid-November, right? As we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. Have a safe, great week, everybody. Truck and Phil on board this Monday. And it looks like Marianne is on board as well. Hi, Marianne.
Hey, Steve. How the heck are you, Steve?
I'm doing fine. Question is, how are you doing? How's the back feeling? Are you getting up and about?
Oh, my gosh. I was up and about. I got a bag out on Saturday, and that hurt. And then when she went to put the dressing on to change them, she went to change the dressing, and boy, I apologized to her, but I was like, well, I didn't know how in the heck it hurt. I mean, I was like, I don't know how the heck you're supposed to feel after you get cut off. I'm down to one bag, and they're talking about get me in rehab yet, but they haven't done that yet. But I'm trying. I've been, I watched the Bengals game yesterday, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. The guy in the end zone, 83, he couldn't even catch the damn ball and make a touchdown. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I only got
to see about the first half, and so I mean, I had kind of a bad feeling that. Yeah, I mean, obviously there was a lot more scoring after I went to bed. So was it 30-27 the final there? Yeah.
Yeah, because the other team made a field goal, and the Bengals, of course, they couldn't get in the dang end zone. I thought, oh, you're going to pull it out of a hat. You're going to do something. No, you didn't. Oh, my gosh. This Baxter is just like a whole new thing. You learn to get out of bed. You learn to, and then you have to put on your back brace and grab your walker and go putsy onto the restroom, or they have me walking. They go, okay, go around and then turn around in your room. I'm like, well, why can't I walk out in the hallway? I don't think I got rid of the IV, except I got the IV needle in there. I'm like, well, get rid of this IV. No, we're not going to get rid of that yet.
Just in case something goes wrong. I mean, if you come down with some infection
yeah,
or
they
something.
want it in there in case.
Just in case.
They want it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're being rotten. And then they're like, the one man, he goes, oh, you're drained. I'm emptying out your Kool-Aid. I said, Kool-Aid? Yeah, I'm emptying out your Kool-Aid. You kidding?
Well, like they say, one day at a time,
Yep.
one day at a time, you'll be, hopefully when it's all said and done, all that pain you've been dealing with will be gone. That's the hope. I guess your surgery must have obviously was different than what Grump had, because Grump was in and out of the hospital and he's already back to driving truck. That didn't take time, no time at all. Now, let me quickly jump over for, lest I forget, we mentioned California Assembly Bill 5. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is serving as an intervener in a case against the state's worker classification law. In their latest briefing, saying AB 5 needlessly causes genuine independent contractors to be reclassified as employees. AB 5 discriminates against and imposes undue burdens on interstate commerce in violation of the Dormant Commerce Clause and the disparate treatment of AB 5's business-to-business and construction exemptions violates the U.S. and California Constitution's Equal Protections Clause. I think most of us know the background because we've been talking about this, 4 years now? In 2019, when they passed AB 5, with the goal of eliminating instances of workers who were really employees being classified as an independent contractor. It's based on what they call the ABC test, which requires a business to demonstrate three factors are established before a worker can be deemed an independent contractor. Many in the trucking industry argue that the test is too stringent. The B prong prevents the business from using an independent contractor that performs typical functions for the company. For instance, the B prong stops a trucking company from classifying a truck driver as an independent contractor regardless of the level of control or any other factors. California has been and continues defending the law. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters is also serving as an intervener on the state's behalf. OOIDA's argument, there's a hearing for this case coming up, matter of fact, today, the 13th. AB 5 destroys the independent contractor model in the trucking industry instead of only eliminating the instances of misclassification. So OOIDA readily concedes that there are bad actors in the trucking industry, as there are in many industries who misclassify and try to exploit workers. But defendants cannot justify eliminating the independent contractor driver business model, needlessly reclassifying genuine independent contractors as an employee. California offers what they call a business-to-business exemption. It's available only to intrastate California motor carriers and drivers, though. OOIDA said that distinction causes the law to violate the U.S. Constitution's Commerce Clause, which protects the right to engage in interstate commerce free of undue burdens and discrimination by state governments. So this is a battle that, as I said, this has been going on for years now. We'll see if anything new comes out of the hearing that'll be taking place today. And don't forget that on a national scale, you've got, what's her name, Julie Chu, who was part of getting this AB5 enacted in California, talking about possibly trying to implement this on a federal level. And that would be a complete debacle. Now back to the phones here, and who we got? Is that Vic?
Yeah, it's Vic. I kind of messed up my call there. I'm kind of, I don't know what I want to say, punch drunk or something. I was looking up so much stuff going back to Vietnam and everything else, and my phone wasn't working quite right. But I ran across, and when I don't know if you got that roadway, 75 years of roadway or not there.
I
know you get a lot of stuff.
I got that email. I have not had a chance to view that yet.
Well, it's pretty interesting. It shows how the Rouse brothers started with roadway years ago there in Akron, Ohio, to serve the tar and rubber industry. And you just mentioned about that AB5. Their motto and how they wanted to start their company and treat their drivers and their independent operators, and where we're at today, was they're wanting to do with the automated vehicles and wanting to reclassify people and everything else. It's that journey, for lack of a better word, is rather fascinating. And but what I was really looking up on some of this other stuff was about Israel. And you mentioned the deal with Trump and the insurrection and all that. Well, I know a few years back there, after that whole thing in the January 6th, supposedly someone, even before all this came up, had said there could be some difficulty in the certification of the election. And that was before anything was even said about it, before the 2020 election or anything. I never was able to trace that back, but I found that rather curious. And number one, Trump has never been convicted of an insurrection. They've never proven it was an insurrection. So I don't know how they're going to use the 14th Amendment, but they seem to be good at kind of warping laws around to fit their situation. But the deal with the reason that Israel kind of and Hamas brought up Vietnam memories was the tunnel rats back in the Vietnam era. They didn't have all the technology we have today. And I'm thinking to myself, they have cameras, that they run through all the sewers and everything to where they can see what's going on with our stormwater sewers and sanitary sewers and all that stuff. And I'm thinking they have to be able, Israel should be able to pull a lot of cameras through those tunnels to keep from having to be exposed to them.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing was that they mentioned about that, what they call it, a humanitarian ceasefire or something. Vietnam, they pulled that stunt time and time again, and every time they did that, we're going to have a bombing pause, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. The only thing they did was that they strengthened the Viet Cong and their supporters. They just strengthened their defenses. They looked and seen what we had been doing, and they tried to figure out how they could counter that.
Mm-hmm.
And Laos and Cambodia was supposed to be neutral territory. Of course, it wasn't. They were transporting stuff through Laos and Cambodia, and there was kind of a war went on between the military and the CIA on that deal. I forget which it was, but I think the CIA wanted to say that they were going out of the Ho Pong Harbor and going south on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and the military said no, they're using a big port in Laos that hooked up there, and that's where most of the stuff was coming through. Well, anyway, and that kind of goes back to where the Pueblo spy ship, which could kind of settle the difference, it got sidetracked in Korea and didn't make it. because somebody in the Pentagon said that this journey from Guam, the Pueblo's journey from Guam, was going to be a safe trip and didn't need to be protected. And when the North Koreans captured it, when it got close enough to them to capture it, all the military assistance was like 2 to 3 hours away. It seems kind of hard to believe, but and there's a whole bunch of other stuff that went on there. But this deal with Israel and Hamas, they're a terrorist organization, and why they keep wanting to say, well, we're going to have humanitarian this and that, we're going to, we'll have a ceasefire. And I don't understand why they keep wanting to beat up on Israel over somebody that did that, Hamas, what they did, and both them and Hezbollah keep firing rockets into them. I mean, that can tend to make most countries just a little bit angry and stuff. But anyway, that's what I was pretty much calling about, was I don't understand why why the people in this country and around the world I keep wanting to take the side of the Palestinians, because they need to do a little bit of research, because when Israel and all that was set up, the UN offered the Palestinians the two-state solution, and the Palestinians said no. We can just be integrated into Israel and live peaceably, and they didn't any more than do that and establish Israel. And that's whenever that whole Ben Gurion laws, war and all that started back in 47, 48 or whatever. So I don't think there's any excuse for people in this country, legislatures, to be that ill-informed, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And the way, and you're talking about an insurrection or treason or anything like that. My personal feeling is that knowing what's going on over there, and you were just mentioning about the nuclear war thing, Iran's working, night and day to get nuclear stuff, and that they're cooperating with North Korea, and North Korea and China and all that whole nuclear thing. Why are we wanting to create more risk? And right now, China is trying to get theirs. I think the Straits of Malacca is a pinch point if China tries to do anything. And one of the things they're doing with the oil is they built a port in Burma or Myanmar that goes directly over to the Chinese mainland, and they don't have to go through the Straits of Malacca. And when you look at the whole picture, like I said, my brain's kind of spongy after looking at all this stuff and making different comparisons. But I don't understand, our defense people are running around making sure that we have plenty of woke people in the military.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not looking, just somebody that was a reservist D5 and had 2 years of basic ROTC. It's like, guys, can you not see the war clouds coming? And you're doing absolutely nothing to stop this.
You're worried about equity and diversion, inclusivity, and yeah. Vic, you are correct. Hey, we got a final timeout back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, someone had asked earlier, the latest out of Israel. Yeah, the fighting in the tunnels is ongoing. Israel IDF forces suffered several casualties last week when they came across a booby-trapped tunnel there. Meanwhile, the concerns around the hospitals. Hamas supposedly has set up fortified areas beneath the hospitals, using them essentially as human shields, which brought the European Union this past day to condemn Hamas for using hospitals and civilians as human shields. At the same time, urging Israel use maximum restraint to protect civilians. Hospitals in the north of Palestine enclave are blockaded by Israeli forces, barely able to care for those inside, according to the medical staff. Gaza's largest and second largest hospitals said they were suspending operation. Israel says Hamas has actually placed their command centers under and near the hospitals. And they need to get at them to free the 200 hostages they took nearly a month ago. Of course, Hamas denies that they're using the hospitals in this way. At the same time, the European Union condemned the use of hospitals and civilians as human shields. Civilians must be allowed to leave the combat zone, he said. At the same time, I urge Israel exercise maximum restraint, stressing the obligation under international humanitarian law to protect hospitals, medical supplies, and civilians inside of hospitals. Now, there was a late blurb that had come down when hospitals talking about running out of fuel for generators. Benjamin Netanyahu said that he made the offer to supply fuel to one of those hospitals, and supposedly Hamas denied or refused the offer. They didn't say much more about it, but that was kind of breaking last evening. Have yourself a wonderful Monday. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We'll do it all again, the midnight hour tonight. Hope you can join us for our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but